Hey guys, it's Jack here from 13th Squadron, and in this video I'm going to show you how to build the first kit, a part of 13th Squadron, which is going to be the BF109E. Now this plane has a lot of cool features, whether that's from simply just to how it looks to how it goes together. I have a lot of new details, new features I have that I plan to use in a lot of my future designs. And one of the big things is going to be the power pod. I have a new swappable power pod design, which I'll link to the build video on how to build right here. And that's going to show you how to build it, because you're going to need it for this plane and all my future designs down the road. Along with that and some other couple things I have new, which I'll show you how to build in this video. When you're done with building this plane, you can see that one right there, we have another video, which I'll link it right here, and that's going to show you how to build and paint it, or how to paint and fix it up just like that one over there, which is going to have rivets and a lot of cool little paint details and weathering, all that kind of stuff. So that's going to be after this video. But with that, I think you can either head over to 13thsquadron.com, pick up your kit, along with any other details and other designs I have at the moment. And with that, let's get started on this build. Okay, so now that we've unboxed and opened up our kit here, we're going to have all of this stuff here in our kit. And all this stuff here to my left, your right, is going to be what you have to bring or get yourself to complete this kit. It's going to be all your electronics and all of the actual, more like your tapes and epoxy, which is a little new, and just your X-Acto knife, stuff like that. But the epoxy and the sandpaper is going to be new techniques I want to bring in. It just makes for some really long bevels that are going to be really easy to do. And the epoxy is going to be used for hard mounting our motor mount, a part of it. It's the new swappable design that I came out with, which we'll get into. But besides that, we're going to need 4 9-gram to 12-gram Metal Gear servos, so anywhere from the 9 to 12 range. Any one of that will work. And also a 12-inch Y harness to connect the aileron servos, or you could just do dual ailerons if you want to do that. But in this case, I'm also using a 4-channel receiver from Spectrum, but any 4-channel or higher, but that's just what the minimum that you need. And then for the motors, I'm using the Flight Test Radial. It's a great motor for this. It's a 2218 1180 kV, and anything in that range is going to suit this plane. As always, you can ask questions in the comments or anywhere else. I'll try to get back to you on if it's going to be the right motor for this build. As for the ESC, it's going to be anywhere from a 30 to 40 amp. This is a 40 amp, but honestly I think it's a little much for how little throttle I have to use in this thing. And then for propeller, it's going to be anything that actually goes with the motor you plan to use, but this is a 10 by 4.5 inch angle blade. And anyways, any propeller from a 9 to 10 inch is going to work for this plane. So when it actually comes to stuff that comes in the kit, we're going to have 2 23-inch push rods, which we'll use for our elevator and rudder servos, and then a 12-inch push rod, which we will use for our aileron servos, and then a 1/16-inch wooden spar, and then the motor mount, which we'll use with epoxy on the inside, we'll show you, and then the actual swappable power pod that I designed myself, which is that guy. I'll show you how to build that in another video, which will also be in the description below. And then we have our control horns here, which we'll use. And then this piece right here is going to be used for our, I'll just show you here. This is going to be used for the actual exhaust hatch. So this is going to come out. This is a little old design, so that's why it's just barbecue skewers, but I amped it up using this. And obviously we'll have this slide open for the hatch. So that's also where all the battery will go and stuff. Which, when it comes to battery, this plane is going to require a 3S 1300 milliamp. And that is just about all you need. It's almost too nose heavy with it, and some with the battery pushed all the way forward. So a 3S 1300 is going to be very light, and all you need. And I get about, depending on your throttle usage, anywhere from 5 to 6, 7 minutes of flight time. So, and then also what we'll have here is going to be our barbecue skewers. We'll have 2 of those, and then 2 coffee stirrers, and that's all all that comes in the kit. So. Or 4, I'm sorry. And then besides that, we have our pliers, X-Acto knife, pencils for reference marks, stuff like that. And with that, make sure your hot glue gun's on. That's the other thing we need. Let's get started. Okay, so now from this piece right here, we're going to take this main piece and we're going to make it, we're not even going to glue together, we're just going to epoxy the motor mount pieces. So we're going to want to bring these over here. These are going to be what actually have our motor slide into to snap in place and become swappable. So we're going to go ahead and knock this out. Okay, so the first thing we're going to work on is going to be this box that goes in the fuselage. This is going to hold your battery and kind of just be a good main support structure to build off of for the build. But the first thing we got to do is do the epoxy to the motor mount pieces. We're going to put these two pieces right in here, right here and here on this piece. We're getting this done now so that way we can let it dry and not worry about it later. All we're going to need is our epoxy, something to stir it with, and something to stir it on, along with our piece. But to do that, we're going to go ahead and snap these open. And it should be all clean, but if you have any little nicks or something you want to get rid of, just take your knife or sandpaper and just chip it off. Just makes it a little cleaner in the long run. Now we can set those aside. Take our piece. We're going to go ahead and take out some of these tab pieces that got left in. I'll show you what that looks like here in just a second. So you're going to want to take out these little openings right here, along with just opening up these little gaps, which are going to be for the folds like this shape here to make this an actual box. Don't forget about these ones up here. From there we can go ahead and just take all these out. And once we have it looking like this, there's one more thing we need to do before we start the epoxy. You need to either take a barbecue skewer or a toothpick or some really needle nose pliers that'll really be a good strong grip. And we're just going to open up these T's here. We're going to take out this foam in here. And I'll do one side just to show you what I'm doing here. Kind of just always go back to the middle. You never want to go to the outside. Pliers are nice because you can kind of bring the foam out by plucking and pulling at it. Doesn't really have to be pretty, but just try to get all the foam out that you can. So mine here looks like that. You can see there's still a lot of foam in there, but it's mainly just this intersection where you want to actually get a lot of the foam out. And just get as much as you can, but this is perfectly fine if it looks like this. Go ahead and do the same thing for the other side. So once we have that done, there's a really important note here in this video right here, and that is going to be, if you could see here, there's a measurement of letters and numbers here, right? Let's say 40 millimeters. Now what that means is that from this line, where if we actually bring this piece over and just kind of put it on, in front of this piece, 40 millimeters in this direction towards my knife, that is where the propeller should sit on your airplane. Now, everyone's going to have a different motor for the most part, so that's why I had to put this measurement here, so that way you know exactly how far your motor should sit forward and back. So, using your power pod that you already have made, what you're going to do is you're going to actually see where it lines up if you hold this here in this gap, and as long as you could take a ruler and then measure 40 millimeters right here, I'm just using my finger as a measurement. As long as your motor sits either there or a little forward of 40, you're going to be just fine. So you're going to want to have your power pod ready here for this. Now, I don't need to because I designed it for this, so I know that the motor fits already, but if you don't use a recommended motor, then you definitely want to make sure of that 40 millimeter reference mark and know that 40 millimeters in front of that line is where your propeller should sit. So, just so you know. But now we can go ahead and put this to the side for a second. Grab our two pieces. So if you haven't already watched the how to build the power pod video, one of the big tips that I mentioned in that video is going to be that you could sand down these little side guide pieces in this little T section here. What that's going to do is just going to allow you to have a really smooth slide in for your power pod, and it'll lock in place a little bit easier. It's not needed, but it just makes it a lot better in the long run and for ease of use and constantly taking out your power pod and so on and so forth. But to do that, if you haven't watched the video, simply just take some, in this case 120 grit sandpaper. You're not going to go in like this and go at 90 degrees. You're going to want to go in at about a 45-degree angle and just kind of go back and forth here. Just get it a little bit, just to make it easier. You only have to do it on one side. Well, one side, I'll show you what I mean here in a sec. In other words, only on this face that's touching my fingers, not on the one side, not on the other side. And we'll do it on all these little sections here that I'll show you. So just a little bit of sanding. It's going to be on all these sides here, but not on the other side. You don't have to worry about this side. Just do it on the one side. Go ahead and do that for the other side. With these both now sanded, we can go ahead and put these aside for a second, but keep them close. Make sure you know that you have the sides that are sanded up, just so you know which sides are which. And if you really want, you can take a marker or a pencil, and I sanded on this side, so I'm going to flip it over and just mark a little X or anything to notify me that that side is the side that I want to have facing down, and put glue on. So now we can go ahead and grab our epoxy and mix that together to put on this fuselage box. So this right here is about all the epoxy you need. Just go ahead and start mixing that together. Once it's all mixed, we can go ahead and bring back over our box bar, or our box for our fuselage. And we're going to put epoxy on the foam and not on the wood. So you can have each of these laid out the way they're going to be. And make sure to remember a reference of if your motor is not 40 millimeters off from the line here, make sure you're going to glue it in the right spot to account for that. But my motor is, the propeller is going to be 40 millimeters out. So I'm going to use exactly this measurement that's on here and exactly where this power pod, or where this side guide should go. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to put glue favoring the outside and kind of away from the T. I'll start here up in the front. Just kind of drizzle it more towards the edges of this piece. Don't need that much, just a good amount of stuff to cover the surface. So down here I'm just kind of spreading this out, but kind of just staying away from that cross in the middle. If you go close to it, that's not too bad. It's just you might have to smear some of that away when it goes in that gap. But basically, the closer you go to this cross, the lighter you should go on the glue. Once that's all good, I'm going to take this piece here, making sure the sanded side is going to be facing up. I'm just going to kind of rest this down, kind of very evenly, not like smearing it to one side or the other. That's going to encourage the epoxy to go towards the cross. I'm just going to make sure that everything lines up with those marks, and just let it sit. Kind of give it a little bit of a wiggle just to kind of bring it down, but just let it sit once it falls and falls in place. Obviously, while that's drying, do the same thing for the other side. Once we have it sitting like this, I'll go ahead and take my toothpick again and just kind of go along this edge here, or any place that kind of came off, or there's epoxy starting to smear out, and just kind of like rub it back in. Overall, it's looking pretty good. Might even take some little extra epoxy, just go around, just very little amount, just go right on this front line here. Just kind of work it in to make it an even tighter bond. Might possibly move your piece a little bit, but that's okay, because you have time to work with this epoxy and make sure it sets in the right spot. Just really make sure that it lines up with that middle cross and the outside reference marks. Also going to go ahead and do the same thing on the back here. What you don't want is you don't want any epoxy on this top surface of the wood. You just want it to touch the sides here if you want to strengthen it up like I'm doing as such. If you have epoxy on top, that'll make the power pod slide in and it won't really give it a firm fit. It will to some degree, but not to the best fit it can be. But this is just how to make sure your plane lasts a really long time. You just got to be a little precise on the way you put this epoxy on. Once that's all done, I'm going to go ahead and put my epoxy off to the side. I'm just going to look again and make sure it's all going to rest in the right spot. This one was a little off, so I'm just making sure it's sitting right. Same thing for the other one. And that looks pretty good. So now from here, what I'm going to recommend is that we're going to let this sit for about 10 minutes or 5 minutes or however long your epoxy takes. In this case, mine is just 5 minutes. But you're going to want to let it rest flat like this and not at an angle or anything where the glue or the epoxy could still shift and have it glue in the wrong spot. You're just going to want to let this sit flat like this. But with that, we can go ahead and work on the next section. Okay, so the next part of this build is going to be the wing, and we're first going to start off with the spars. But one thing that's very important is the order that the spars go in. On this plane, it's not the most important, but on other planes down the road in the future, it is going to be important. So I'm going to show you my way of doing the spars and how to let you know how to glue them together. If I take one of these wing halves here, you'll see here that it says no tab, tab, and then wood spar. And that's simply directly correlated to the spar that has no tab, the spar that has tabs on it, and obviously the wood spar, the 1/16 inch wood spar. So this is going to tell you on every plane I design which order the spar should go in and exactly how you should glue them. So they'll be roughly sitting like this, and you put them in the plane as such. So now what we're going to go ahead and do is go ahead and glue our spars together in that order. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and glue our spars together. And what I'm doing here is I have one wing half right in front of me, so that way I just will always see the no tab, tab, wood spar reference. So I'm surely not going to mess it up, at least in theory. So what we're first going to do is take the wood spar. I like to start with that first, and then go ahead and test fit it and just see how it looks on the back of the spar. Now there are going to be little like alignment tabs on the spar and on the wood spar and on the spar itself. So we're going to get a test fit, and everything looks about right. Everything was cut right. And then what I'm going to do as well is just take a little bit of a pencil line and mark it, just so I know if I'm going to glue this and I go to put it down like this and it's a little off, I'll just know looking at the edges and also the reference marks in the middle. So now I usually like to put glue on the actual wood itself, but you could do it on the foam part of the spar. It doesn't matter, but that's just my preference. And as for how much glue, that's what I do, just a little swirly pattern down the whole thing. And you got to move quick with the wood because it tends to dry a little bit quicker than foam to foam. Just always check your alignment and make sure it's centered in the middle. And just give firm pressure until it's done drying. Once that's all done, we'll go ahead and glue the foam to foam spar, or the no tab to the tab spar. Just do another little test fit. This will also have little reference marks for the center line, so use those to your advantage. Now the best way I found for putting down pressure is you can't just do it in one spot and expect it to be together out here. You got to put equal pressure along the whole spar, which can be a little tough, but just think of it as pinkies to thumbs all the way out. And that's about the best we can do with this one. So I'm going to do the same pattern a little bit with that swirly pattern. Just like that. As you start with the center marks, make sure the bottom one's centered, put the top one down, and as long as that's good, usually I'm pretty good on the tips of the spar. And again, just apply firm pressure until it's done drying. So if you have any little glue globs sticking out of the top like this, that's not that big of a deal. On the bottom is a little bit more, but if you do have them, just go ahead and wipe them off. Usually you can do it with your fingers, they come off that easily. But if not, you just take your knife or your blade and just cut them off. Now let's go ahead and move on to prepping the wings. So now that we have our wing halves in front of us, we're going to go ahead and prep the wings. The way we're going to do that is we're going to do one side and then do the other. So you can go ahead and just put one of these aside, and it'll be the same process for when we do that one. But the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take out all these little notches and stuff in the wing. And I'll do that by just showing you all the places that need to be taken out. So just from these 5 notches are going to be what's actually going to be cut out on this wing. The next thing we're going to do is go ahead and take out all these little tabs for the spars and for the servo. Now the way you can do this is you can either do it with a barbecue skewer, or if you have some tough needle nose pliers, that'll be a little bit better and a little bit more long term. But you can still do this with a barbecue skewer, and I'll show you how for each of them. So with a barbecue skewer, you're first going to take your knife and just open up these gaps in the servo a little more, along with the notches for the spars of the tab, or the tabs of the spar. Then you can take your barbecue skewer, and I usually kind of hold it relatively straight up and just get in the corners of those. What this cut is, or a better way to explain this is, these are cuts that don't go through all the way. They just cut through the first layer of paper and the foam, and not the other paper on the other side. So what we're trying to do is just make sure that it cut through a lot of the foam to make it easier to tab this out. So then once we do that, we can take a barbecue skewer. Now you just kind of push this way or towards the center of the tab. So if I go on this side here, I'll push towards this way. And go to the other side, go back that way. Usually it comes out most of all the time completely empty and out. So that'll be nice for the spar to sit into. We'll go ahead and do the same over here. Just like that. Then for the servo, we already went ahead and open up those little slots a little more. So now for this, it's going to be a little more tricky because it's not just a little tiny tab. It's a large surface area for this wing. So what I'm going to do is just go back and open it up again on all the sides. I'm not necessarily trying to scrape the bottom paper by any means. I'm just trying to cut the foam without using a sharp razor to go through the paper on the other side. I don't want to go through the paper. For these little arms in the servo, I can usually just break those in. Now for this front edge, just slowly going back and forth. I went through there a little bit, but that's okay. I'm just trying to bring it off the cut line that was made. Now from here, what I can do is start using this barbecue skewer to kind of push towards this way in the middle of the servo on each of the corners. Go over this one over here. Push obviously this way. Just kind of work it to get the corner up and off of the paper. There we go. When I did that, I was kind of going not only inward, but also a little bit of gentle up pressure to bring it obviously up and out. And obviously it comes out like that. Something that might happen on yours is that block of foam will sometimes, as you're notching, pushing this way, you might knock this off or make it come undone or even break it. That's totally fine. It's not going to be a big deal. It just won't look perfectly pretty, you could say. But if it does, that's all fine. But that is what you're going to want that to look like right there in the end. So now the next step we're going to do is go ahead and peel off the paper in every place we should. But there's a few things to know before that. Some of the things I want to change with my designs is give you the options of having flaps and even just scale features that are kind of more, a little bit, I don't want to say tough to make, but they're just, not every person might want them. So I want to at least give you the option to do those things. one of these things is obviously the flaps. We're going to have this area back here. So I have the flap line for reference if you want to cut that yourself and make, this will be the hinge down here on the bottom sheet of the wing. This is just a reference line here. It doesn't go through the other side, but you can take your knife obviously with a ruler and follow this line and cut it all the way through and cut that out. Same thing goes for up here. Now the way I recommend doing the flaps up here is the way you're going to do it is cut along this line first and then mark with your knife. You'd simply just take this knife, poke it through, and then make a reference mark on the top side of where that would be. Obviously I don't have it here, but it would be a mark there. And then you just take a ruler from the point that would get cut down here and then cut out your flap. Now you do that once the wing is all done, so I will say that. But I also don't have a servo slot for that because I figured if you want to have flaps, you can go the extra mile and find a space for yourself to design it. I just know that not everyone's going to design it, and not everyone's going to build it that way. So then another feature is the landing gear opening by the wheel or by the landing gear door. This is just open on the real plane. If you look at the real BF109, there's no door there, but there's obviously the door for the main landing gear strut. This is just the way it was. I'm not sure exactly why or not. Obviously it's probably for less weight rather than putting a mechanical door there with some extra hydraulics, but I'm not the designer of that real plane. I'm only the designer of the Foamboard version. But you can do the same exact process with the flaps to a degree, where you take your knife, poke on all these corners to the other side of the foam, take a ruler and connect the dots and cut out that gap. It's just a scale feature. It's not beneficial to the flight performance at all, and they're better or worse really. It's just going to look scale and be a cool feature. So, but if you want to do that, they're there for you. So the next thing we're going to do is go ahead and peel off the paper in this region, along with all the other regions that I'm going to peel off as well. Now I'm not doing the landing gear door space, so I'm just going to not worry about that. For the trailing edge here, it's going to look something like that. You're not going to go into this flap region. That is just the flap reference line, and this back line is for the trailing edge line, as you could call it. That's another feature I have, which I want to make a standard for all my designs, is what we're going to do is we're going to use our sandpaper, and we're actually going to go along this area here from the trailing edge to this line of paper and foam where they meet. This is going to make the trailing edge, make it look like it's one sheet of foam from the back when it's all said and done. But it's actually going to be two sheets of foam, just one is sanded down to make it look like one. I'll have a photo, maybe I could show it right here in the video just for reference, so you can actually have a photo in your head of what it looks like. But what you don't want to, or what you don't have to do, is if you don't want to sand this area down and make that mess, you can simply just take a ruler and the knife again, and you simply follow this line right here and cut this off. It'll make it be just a traditional foam board wing, where it's a fold over and there's kind of that, if this is the bottom sheet of the wing, the top sheet kind of comes down like that, and there's a little bit of a gap, air gap there. But I don't really like that. It's not the most scale, and it's just a cool feature. It's kind of like, doesn't look like it should be there, but it can. It's cool. But I'm going to go ahead and sand it down, so that is why this reference line is like that, and that's how I'm going to do it for all my planes in the future. Along with, don't forget, this little one on the wingtip, which we'll go ahead and do right now. We're going to take our knife, and imagine there's an imaginary line from this reference line to the corner here. And I'm simply just going to take my knife. I'm going to go from this side. Even saw it or bevel it. It might be easier to do this on the table edge. But that is what that'll look like, and that's what it should be. And then we're basically going to do that along this whole trailing edge, but not with our knife. We're going to do it with sandpaper. So. But when it comes to peeling off the other paper, we're going to do this giant sheet. So now if you are doing the flaps, I would still recommend to peel off the paper for here. But make sure if you want to do the flaps, you go ahead and make your reference marks before this. You peel off the paper here. It'll just be a lot easier. But once you've actually done that, I still recommend, after the fact, taking off the paper here. So now that we have that, we're going to go ahead and do some bevels. We're going to stay away from this middle area here until we actually do the molding for the wing. But we're going to bevel this back edge as much as we can, but not to hurt ourselves by any means, because we're going to use this sandpaper, which is going to be a lot easier. And we're also going to do the aileron here. So start out by the trailing edge. Now this bevel is just to make it easier for the sandpaper, so we have to take off less of it. So now I'm doing a relatively deep bevel here, but you could do any type of bevel. It's just whatever bevel you do. If you do less, you're going to have more sanding time, but that's no big deal. Be patient with this one. So that's what it looks like. And for the aileron, we're also going to crack it open. So I'm going to open up that gap a little bit more with my knife. Take it to a table's edge. And just crack it open. Now with this, I'm actually going to bevel the side with paper on it. So the actual aileron itself, not the open exposed foam here. And this is just going to be a standard 45-degree bevel. That's all it needs. So now from here, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and actually mold this wing first before we sand, just to get less of a mess, you could say. But what you're going to want to do is find a nice curved edge of a table, not a really sharp edge that'll like kind of cut into the foam. If you can find one that's a little more plasticky or like has a smooth finish that's not going to stick, I guess you could say rubbery, but I don't know who has a rubber table. But just like a very smooth one that'll let the foam glide on it, you could say. But a smooth surface or a rounded corner is going to be key for molding foam. What I'm going to do here first is, obviously the line is from here to this part here, so you have to imagine that line, maybe even put your fingers on it, and then take it to the table's edge, and place it along that line, and I'm obviously bending the bottom of the sheet first. I'm just applying very little pressure first, then ramping it up as it gets more into the groove of it. So just like about that. You want to focus mainly your pressure in the middle, but just overall around the whole piece. Now this is also, I forgot to mention, obviously we're molding it on the bottom, which is not very usual. This is just going to simply allow us to make a semi-symmetrical airfoil, which allows for a little bit more scale looks, a little less on flight performance, but it's so lightweight that it almost doesn't even care, and it makes so much lift where it makes up for it. But it just makes a cool feature where it looks like a really scale wing. And then obviously the top wing is going to be molded, so that's the next part we're going to do. But I just figured I'd reference this line, or reference the semi-symmetricalness of the wing, you could say. So it's going to be the same process for the top sheet of the wing, just a little more molding. Focus most of your molding on the leading edge. And slowly, you almost want, I'm going to say, I haven't done it yet. You're going to focus most of your curving in this area here, and almost no curving, if at all, at this later part of the wing, towards the trailing edge. Okay. That might even be a little bit more than you need, but that is what it's going to look like when you're all said and done. I even favor a little bit less, honestly, but this is just fine. So, maybe something just about like that for reference. The next step we're going to do is bevel the middle line. The best way to do this is, I think, by holding it where the aileron slot and then the ailerons are. It kind of gives you just a nice hold. And then, the best tip I can give for bevels is, rather than trying to move the knife through the wing, which is still possible, it's almost easier to move the wing through the knife. Just makes it a little bit less like you're trying to drag the knife at all these angles through. You have a lot more control with the larger wing to get it at the right angle. So I'll try and show you what I mean there. Let's first get the bevel started. I'm just slowly moving the knife, or the wing through the knife. And I have a lot more control this way. Obviously at little areas like the gun slot, I kind of use my knife. Perfect. And I will say, when you're holding this aileron in the wing, or by the aileron slots, don't like death grip it by any means, because it'll peel off the paper from the foam. You just want to hold like a light pressure to hold its shape. For this cut, it can be a little more challenging where the ailerons are further out from you, but it's the same process. So that is what your wing's going to look like. Now the next step we're going to do is sand it. Now I feel like it's easier to sand both at the same time. So I'm going to go ahead and get the other wing looking exactly like this wing here that we have, and then I'm going to sand them at the same time together. So let's go do that though. So now we have both wing halves the same. We're going to go ahead and sand down that back trailing edge. The way we're going to do this is I'm going to use some 60 grit sandpaper. But really, you can use anything from 60 all the way up to 200. It's just, obviously, the 200 is going to take a little longer, but no one's going to see these, and they don't have to be pretty, so that's why I'm using 60. It'll just get done quicker. But it really does not matter which sandpaper, as long as it's roughly in that range. So, the way I'm going to do is I'm going to start with one wing first, obviously, and I'm going to bring it to the edge of the table. And when I do this, I don't want to have it where it's going to be like exactly on the table's edge. I want it to be a little bit off, but or like a little bit on the table, as you could say. So you can see, I guess, for example, if this cutting board here is the table's edge, I want it to look roughly like about that. Now make sure if you're doing this, you're doing it on a nice wooden piece of wood or something, not your family table or something, so you don't damage the actual table itself. But just have it on the table's edge like that, not overlapping like that, because then you'll press down on this and it'll crinkle the back side of the paper. If you have it right on the edge, that's technically perfect, but it's also, you could risk moving the wing and have it come off and crinkle. So always just have a little bit of the table's edge in sight. So, and then the best way to go about doing this is just simply go side to side, not up and down, because if you go up and down, you're going to eventually pick up that back trailing edge, which is another reason to have it on the table rather than off the table. So, and just simply find it in the right spot and just start sanding. Around these edges of the paper, or of the wing, don't try to come at it like this. Try to always go from the middle and out, so that way you don't risk crinkling the wing or catching it at a weird angle. So, it's a little messy, but that's alright. But that's what you're going to want it to look like. And remember, you're trying to make a straight line from the trailing edge to this reference line. I guess I didn't mention it, but you could use either a sanding piece of paper, that's obviously paper like this, or you can use a sanding block, which would be a little straighter, but as long as it's sandpaper, it should do the job. So we'll go ahead and do the same thing to the other side. So now we have our wings all sanded at the trailing edge. There's two more things we have to do at each wing, and that's going to be just taking a little piece of tape, like such, just like that. Come over to the wingtip on the outside of the wing. We're just going to put it with the middle of the piece of tape, like so. And what that's going to do is going to prevent the paper from ripping when we actually go over and fold over our wing. We're actually going to go ahead and do the same thing on this hole here for the gun slot. Then we're going to do the same thing to the other side. From there, what we're going to go ahead and do is reinforce our ailerons by making a reinforced glued hinge. The way we're going to do that is we're going to open our aileron up like this. Wherever the bevel line is, we're going to be flat with the other piece of foam here. We're not going to have it open all the way like that. We're just going to have it flat. We're going to grab a scrap piece of foam. And we'll take our glue and just drizzle a very light line like that. That's how light. Then quickly take our glue or our piece of foam and just smear it in. And go ahead and open it up a little more with your fingers. And I like to take a piece of tape. Just make sure to keep this open the whole time, which is why we have a piece of tape to put on the aileron and hold it open for us. We're going to do the same thing to the other side. From there, what we're going to go ahead and do is take our spars, it's all glued together. We're going to go ahead and glue this down to one side, like so. And then we're going to obviously glue the other side to it. So first we're going to do is take the spar and run some glue all along this area, only on one side, and also not on the tabs. And remember that no tab wood spar. You can do it backward by doing it like that, but we don't want to do that. Go ahead and plop this in place. And as long as those tabs of the spar are in the slots in the wing, you should be good. Once that side's dry, we'll go ahead and test fit it. See? On the other side. That fits pretty good. Now, from gluing the other side down, you want to see that the center tab or center marks for this wood spar is going to line up with the center line of this wing here. Now, if you look at this one very closely, it almost looks a little bit off, but that's by design. As long as you tab this in correctly, this mark should be in the right spot, assuming everything is glued correctly. Now, because it's off, on this one at least, it's actually not, because when you hold the wing at the right angle for the dihedral of the wing, it points down directly, not at this line here on this top sheet that my finger is actually touching, but it points at this line here on this piece of paper that my finger is now touching. It goes to the bottom line, so that way there's no open seam on the bottom. It should be all closed on the bottom. I'll show you that with some results here in a second. But we're just going to do that one fit again. So as I'm doing this here, I'm making sure that this little middle reference line for where the bottom undercurve of the wing comes, it meets up perfectly with the other side as the one we already glued. And that looks pretty good to me. So we'll go ahead and glue this other spar down. Now, for this one, what I'm going to do instead is rather than put glue on the spar and hold this wing up and get it all everywhere in the air, I'm going to take my pencil and just kind of mark, as in those tabs, the edge of that and the edge of this side here. That way when I take this off, I know exactly where to put hot glue. So now, we'll go ahead and do that. I always avoid putting them actually in these tabs, because eventually they just kind of burn through the other side of the paper sometimes, and then plop glue out, which we don't want to do. And just like muscle memory, make sure it's all lined up. Tab it in. Hold your pressure down, check that alignment again. It looks pretty good. Now the reason we didn't put any glue in this middle line here is because if there's any trouble gluing this here, we can kind of still play with it to make sure it's perfect. But we're going to take some glue here and smear it along this line. But we're going to do that once this is dry. So now that that's dry, you'll see here with that middle alignment on the tab of the, or on middle alignment for the spar here, it does look offset, but it's not, because if you see this paper on this wing is overlapping on this wing, which is perfectly the way it's supposed to be. So that way that this middle center line of this wood spar points directly at this line down here, which obviously we haven't glued yet. When we glue this, it'll be all together. So we're going to hold that together, grab a scrap piece here, and just put some glue along this line. I'm holding away from the sanded off area just because it's not going to be the best joint, being foam to foam. The best joints are really paper to paper with glue. So just kind of hold them together here. And obviously if your wing is unaligned, you can do a little bit of correction here. If it's really out of whack, which it shouldn't be, based on how the build goes together, there's not too much you can do, but as long as you did everything correctly, it should be all good for you. If you want to, you can also go ahead and put some glue on this front seam here. And just smear any kind of glue you can, the best you can. If you just want that little extra bit of strength. From here, what we can go ahead and do is grab our servos. And that's going to be two 9 to 12 gram servos like I mentioned before. The way I have these set up here is I already went ahead and centered them, and the arms should look like this. And what we're going to go ahead and do is actually take them and point them back to the longest body of the servo. So that way should be, the control horn shouldn't be out like this, it should be tucked in. And you can either do this with your servo centering tool or by hand, which is not the recommended way, but it's just for the video's sake. Then we're going to place these. Actually, first, we're going to point these out so we know which way they're actually going to be being centered. And this one's going to go like this in the wing, and this one's going to go over here in the wing like that. Now from here what we're going to do is fold them back up and then place them in. That way we know when we go ahead and center it, when this is all glued together, they'll pop out of the wing and not back into the wing. Another thing I've gone ahead and done is sanded down this back side of the servo just to give it a little bit better of a gluing adhesive. We're going to place that in. The other thing I've gone ahead and done is wide these together with a Y harness, a 12-inch Y harness. And I've also gone ahead and take some packing tape and cut about just like 2 inches of packing tape, and then cut that in half, and then tape them together so that way they won't come undone mid-flight. Just an extra little bit of sense of security while you're flying. So go ahead, make sure your servos are the right way. Then take some hot glue and glue them in place. So from there, what we're going to go ahead and do is go ahead and glue our wing down. But to do that first, I'm going to take some tape. And I always like to do the pilot's left side of the airplane first, just with any part of the plane. It's kind of a superstition of mine. So we'll go ahead and take this left side of the wing for me. and tape down this wire so it doesn't really get in the way. We don't want it to come up on this spar as we try to glue it down and have the wires get in the way. This should be right in this back spar, and there'll be a slot right here in the wing, right here, that's going to come right here. And that'll be where the wires come out of our wing. So now first what we're going to do is we can go ahead and take off this tape on this back side. Just be careful taking off the tape, not to do it too fast, because it will peel the paper. And then with this aileron, you don't want to come like this to take it off. You want to take the time and peel it off from this angle back on the middle of the aileron. So that way you don't peel the paper off. That's a nice reinforced hinge. So now from here, go ahead and test fold it over. That looks pretty good. Now what I'm looking for here as we do this is we want this area from where the flaps would be, especially if you're doing flaps, where the flaps are. This corner should line up with this corner down here. And then also over here, it won't go to this corner, because I'll tell you why in a second. Right there. So what we're going to have is we're going to have a piece of foam board, which is not this scrap piece, but it goes to just about almost all the way, which it's not perfectly positioned right there. But the piece of foam board is going to slide in the middle of this wing, so that way your wing will be perfectly aligned and not slanted in the plane like this or that. It'll be straight with the wing, or straight with the airframe. As long as you use that as a reference, your wing should come out perfect every time. Now if you're not using these flaps, or you've already gone ahead and cut off this area, the best reference for you is going to be with this aileron open out here. You can almost leave it taped on or tape it back on, and assuming that you've cut this off as well, because that is the sanded area, or if you lift it there, it's the same thing, but use the area, or this little corner here, and this corner should line up perfectly. So, or the line of the aileron, same difference. And then what you're also going to look for is when you fold this over, assuming that this isn't here, that this area right here lines up perfectly with that wooden spar. So as you look from above it directly, it should line up and be flat. You'll be able to take, once again, use a scrap piece of foam. It should be a flush finish on that, and not like this or over it, but I don't want to do that. It should be just a clean seam right there. If I were doing it without the flap, I would put it here and look for it. So, but I'm not doing that. I'm using it with the flaps down here, so I'm going to make sure this is perfect. Yeah, this pushes down out here the wingtip. I was a little concerned for myself where this really doesn't want to meet at the one point. If I just go like that. But if you actually push this down out here, it pushes towards the right spot. So, but now the way we're going to glue this down is we're going to put glue along this middle seam and the spar here, and not the trailing edge. It's a lot to glue and a lot to hold. So we're just going to do the spar here and the front leading edge. So I'm just going to do one more test fit to make sure. Now, I'm going to stay away from this wingtip as well, because we can easily go back and just put some glue in here once this is all said and done. I might apply some pressure out here to keep this leading edge down, but I'm not going to worry about the wingtip as a whole. So, I'll take all that muscle memory and use it to put glue along this middle seam. Now you try to stay away from that gun slot, but it's okay if glue gets in there. It's just a little bit of a pain in the end. But it's not the end of the world. and some glue along this spar. I just put a little dab of glue on this servo, just for a little bit of extra security. And that's it. Go ahead and take your wing, depending on which method you're using, and line up that flap with that trailing edge. Hold this back down. Make sure it's flush here. Hold it down with your hand like this, and I recommend double checking it as always. Just apply some pressure out to the wingtip. Just always checking that trailing edge, but it looks pretty good. And just hold this until you're done drying, which will be about 2 to 3 minutes. So now that that's done drying, we're going to go ahead and glue this back trailing edge. And the way we're going to do that, first going to take a piece of tape long enough to reach this back edge. And we're going to put this on the table. We'll do it in a way you can see it. And then we're going to put some glue in this by opening up with our finger first and put some glue in there. And then we're going to bring this to the piece of tape and then just press it down. So that way if any glue smears out, we can go ahead and catch it with this tape and not get our table all dirty. And then also if there's a ton of glue, which you don't need to use that much glue, you just need a little bit, you can take your knife and cut along the excess glue. So I'll show you what that looks like just now. Sometimes it's easier to take a barbecue skewer and just kind of slide it in this gap and just kind of really more, well, maybe not a barbecue skewer, let's see. Here's my pencil, or anything just about this width or diameter. Just opening it up, that way it kind of keeps it open. Yeah, just about like that, just to hold it there. We can take this out once we're done, obviously, with it. And I'm going to use my other hand here. I'm trying to do this so you can see it. I'm just going to drill some glue along this. And I'm putting a little more glue than you probably think, so that way some glue kind of falls upward as we hold it up like this. We'll put a little more glue at this little edge here. Now we can take out our pencil. We got glue on it, but that's okay. We're going to bring it back to that piece of tape and just apply firm pressure along that trailing edge. Don't try to put pressure right here or this where my fingers are hitting. Try to put it only on where you sanded, just so that way it stays a little more clean. Now I actually had no glue smear out, but if you did, you'd have that tape to fix it. Now if you're not using the sanded trailing edge, all you'd simply do is just lift it up like we did before, lift up the wing, and just put a single line of glue around this area, or I could say on this line here, in the wing. So now that that's done, you go ahead and see that is a really cool looking trailing edge where it looks like it's one piece of foam, but when you look at it, it's really just two coming together. So now we can go ahead and work on the wingtip. So the wingtip is going to be really easy. You do the same thing if you want with a pencil. Just get this glue off. You can stick it in to where the aileron is. Just put it right here. And we're going to put glue all along here and then this little edge here. We can still use the tape we had or put tape down to help the glue smearing out. What I'm even going to do as well is go ahead and put glue in this area here between the aileron and the wing. That way this stays really strong. What we're going to do though first though is take some tape and tape down this aileron once again, just to prevent it from getting glued and staying stuck, which we don't want to do for control reasons. So with a pencil or something there, just going to take, or actually no, I'll just use my fingers. It's a little easier. Just kind of press my thumb and around that spot. I'm going to put some glue right there. Along there, and then I'll hold up a little back here. Put some hot glue to close this gap. And just hold it down, press it in place. And press this down here. Make sure to apply pressure at this trailing edge here, this wingtip spot, because that's the one part that wants to come up the most. Now you can see I have a lot of glue coming out, which I'll bring over to the tape. Now I'm also not smearing this, because it's a lot easier to take this off once it's all dried, rather than as it's hot. You could smear it, but I think it looks a little bit cleaner if you just let it dry like this and then peel it off from there. Now as for the aileron spot, I'm actually not putting a lot of pressure on that because the dihedral, or the taper of the wing, naturally is going to bring those closer together, and I'm letting that glue as it is rather than trying to force it together and make an unnatural curve. Because if I press it down right here, it's going to look like this when it's all said and done, rather than a really straight tapered wing. Now this is all dry here. Go ahead and just pick at it. It all sort of comes off in one movement, depending on the glue. If you have any pliers, it makes it a little easier. It's not necessary. Some of the really bigger ones are kind of tougher, but now what we can go ahead and do is take off the tape on this wingtip, but do not do it from one side and keep going around. Just take off to the wingtip and flip it on over and start taking it off from the middle and then go towards the middle. I guess from the tip of the piece of tape to the middle. That removes the least amount of paper from the wing. Same thing for the gun port. You can see here with this kind of paper, it comes off even a little, so we want to minimize that as much as possible. Go ahead and take the tape off of our aileron as well. Once again, remembering that we don't want to peel it back towards itself, but always go towards the cut piece of foam, or the cut edge. Then we're going to take that same piece of tape that was on our aileron, go ahead and tape this to the flap section, so that way that stays nice and neutral, you could say. And then we'll use that later when we go ahead and attach our servos and our control horns. But now, let's go ahead and do the same thing to the other side. So for the other side, the only thing that we're going to do different, just to make it a little easier, we're going to take off the tape holding down our electronics. Then we're going to place it along here with our wires on the back side of this spar. I'm going to tape it down with the Y harness right here. And that's all I'm going to do. I think this should be fine as long as it doesn't get in the way. But now that that's done, let's go ahead and just do the same exact thing as we did over here. So now that we have our wing done, we're going to go ahead and install our control horns. What we're going to need for that is our control horns for the wood pieces, and our servo centering tool so we can make sure the servos are center, and specifically our 12-inch push rod. We'll get 3 in the kit, and of those 3 we're going to choose the shortest one. So we'll leave these 2 longer ones for the rudder and the elevator. So we're going to do this first. So put this off to the side. Let's go ahead and flip our wing over. We'll go ahead and center up our servos. So simply take it to the Y harness. Make sure your servo centering tool is set to neutral, or the center part of it. Center them both up. So obviously you want to see that they're both sticking out of the wing, like so. Now we can just pick any side for this, but you might as well just stick with the side closest to the camera for me. We're going to go ahead and pop 2 of these control horns out. Now these are pretty cool. I designed them to be a little bit more robust and long-lasting, where they have a little bit of a tab that'll stick into the foam, so just to give a better attachment. And also you can see this little almost cutout, you could say, in the middle of the control horn. We're not going to use that for this design, but what that's for is for a barbecue skewer to go through it. It's more for if the elevator, I'll bring this BF109 over here, you can see that there's a hole in the rudder, and this gap is part of because it's only foam that connects this side of the elevator with the other side. And what you can do is you can have a barbecue skewer going across there instead of the foam board connecting it only. So this just makes it so if you want to design your own plane and you just have a barbecue skewer running across, the barbecue skewer will not affect the control horn, because this control horn right here stops right here. If you wanted to use a barbecue skewer to go across to connect the elevators, it'd have to go from about, I would say, here right up to the control horn, and it'd be a lot less stable than if you had a barbecue skewer going from here all the way out to here on the other side. So it just makes it so you're a little more design freedom if you want to design your own planes and buy these control horns. But let's go ahead and pop 2 of these control horns out. Does not matter which one, they're all the same. And we'll put the 2 other ones aside for the elevator and rudder later. And what I'm going to go ahead and do is take a barbecue skewer and open up this gap in the wing here. This is just going to make it a little bit easier for that control horn to slide into this gap. I'm going to go ahead and do it to the other side just because it's so easy. So now what we're going to go ahead and do is take our push rod and grab some pliers, and we're going to do either a Z-bend or a modified Z-bend, and I'll show you what that is. The way you start out with this is just go about the width of foam, like that, of the push rod, which is about 5 millimeters in this case, and just bend a simple 90 degrees about as tight as you can. You don't want to be a giant arc. You want it to be a nice and tight corner for that. Now from here you have 2 options. If you're using pliers like this, which are relatively thick, you can either take them like this right here and then try to bend this. And I'm not going to do it because I don't like to do these kinds. But you can bend this wire this way to make basically a little zigzag or a Z. But what I like to do is hold it like this and then press down like that, and I can kind of gauge. I'll show you what I mean here. Let me just do it. Take that, I bend this up, and that's what's called a modified Z-bend. It's basically just simply a Z but bent. But I can gauge how thick I want this little area to be, because that is going to be where it sits on the servo. So if I take this, I'm going to use the most outer hole. Sometimes it takes a little bit to get these in, so hold on. Just kind of do a circular motion. It's the easiest way to do it. Once you get to there, you can kind of just use your pliers to bend it through. And that is how it's going to sit in the servo. Now we're going to do another one of these bends wherever the control horn meets. So we're going to take our control horn now and slot this in that gap. And as you can see here, that looks pretty good. Now what you're going to want to see is, I'll show you from this angle, you're going to want to make sure that these holes of this control horn are directly over top of the hinge line. And for me, mine looks a little bit back, so I'll go ahead and try to move this forward a little bit. What I might do is, it all depends on how you put this in here. I can either kind of push it forward, or I can cut a new slot, but I think it's just enough to just push it a little bit. So let's see. So yeah, that's about what you want to see. Those lines are pointing right at the hinge line, not at the place where you beveled, because that can depend on each person, but the actual hinge line of this aileron. As long as it's directly over that line, you should be good. That'll make sure that both of the throws are the same for each side. But now that we have this, we'll go ahead, and there's a few things you can do here. You can either just hold it with your fingers, or what I like to do is grab a pen, so they get that. You can use a Sharpie or anything really dark like this. I'll get it. Yeah, so there we go. So now from here, I'm going to use the top outermost hole. First, I'm going to make sure control horn's in there really good, which it is. And I'm just simply going to mark just like that. It doesn't have to be too precise, but precise enough to where you know where it's at. And then I'm going to take my pliers, and I know I want to bend this back inward, so I'm going to hold the pliers on the shortest part, or in front of this dot here. So just like that. So our other side's on this side of the black dot that you make. You can use tape with this if you don't have a marker, but any kind of mark that you can see on that push rod will be helpful. Now I usually I attach the pliers about 1 millimeter or 2 away from that dot that you made, so that way when you actually go to bend it, that arc that happens, like right there, will account for that dot in the bend. So I'm going to bend this back inward towards it. As you can see here, that looks pretty good. So now, one of the reasons I love doing modified Z-bends is because you can kind of make it a little easier for yourself here, and rather than trying to bend this all back, I just like to go up with it. So what I'm doing here is I'm just going, I'll give you a nice little camera angle. I just place this. You don't want to do it out here because you don't have enough leverage. I like to go back here with it. So just right there. I'm going to bend straight up with this. And that's what I like to see. Now I usually, again, I like to cut this about the same length as this push rod over here. So that's going to be about 5 millimeters, I'd say, or 1/4 inch. Bam. I'm going to put this push rod off to the side so we can use that for the other side. Go ahead and take my control horn out. And now, always leaving this tape on, I can go ahead and slide this on to the push rod on the outermost hole. Just do one last little test fit just to see. That looks pretty good. We'll swing this out like that. Take some hot glue and feed it in this gap. Not too much, but just enough to hold it down. Just go ahead and slide it back in the way you've done it for the previous times. If you have a little glue on the side, you can smear it. It'll kind of act like a welded joint. Where the nice thing about smearing glue all the time is it's great for a few reasons. It takes the weight of the plane down because you're saving the amount of glue that you use in the plane, and also it uses just the right amount of glue because you're smearing it along that line, and you're creating a really nice transition, like a bevel or a fillet. I'm sorry. It'll make it really strong. So strong and lightweight, which is the best things we can have for aircraft. Now I'm going to go ahead and leave this to dry while we do the other side before I even think about taking this tape off. So I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing to the other side. One thing to know when doing it here on the other side is, I gotta be honest, I have a little bit of OCD. I like to bend it mirrored of what the opposite side is. What I mean by that is, let me just show you. If I bend this to start it, I went on the part that's pointing up is towards the middle of the airplane. This is very just like neat, technical. You don't have to do this, but it is the way I designed it. So if you have the point sticking up like that, I'm going to have that point in the middle on this side as well. So I'm going to bend it mirrored of what the other side is. So let's see, if it's like that, then I'm going to bend it back towards it. So you can see there, it's just a mirrored image of what's going to happen on the other side. And I'm going to do the same process and same bends, mirroring what it's like for the control horn as well. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Okay, so once those are both dry, we can go ahead and unplug our servo centering tool. And we can go ahead and take our tape off, but I just like to keep it on because it's just one more thing to just make sure it stays straight and perfect for being centered with each other, because we want to make sure that these are both at the same angle the whole time. So it's just easier to leave the tape on and keep them at the same angle. The one advantage too is also we're left over with about this much push rod. That's just for your own building desires. Besides this plane, any design you want to do yourself, you can do. For the other push rods, we'll use all those for the most part, but you can go ahead and set it off to the side. And for this part of the wing, we are all done. There is these little bottom intake pieces for the oil and stuff in the real BF109, but we're going to save that until we're actually all done with most of the plane, just so that way we can set the wing down and then place our fuselage on top and not worry about crushing them underneath. But with that said, let's go ahead and move on to the fuselage. So for the fuselage, we're going to start off with the main skeleton, as I like to call it. And this is basically just be all the internal structure that's really the basis for putting on the molded pieces to start off with. That's going to consist of all these pieces here, which is going to be our D, E, F, G, and H formers, our little exhausts, and the main piece that we already glued on our motor mount attachment to, along with the two pieces that go underneath it, which have these little 5 on them, just like that. And then the cockpit mid-fuselage area piece, as I guess you could call it, and it looks about like this. There's a bunch of different labels on it, which I can get to in a moment, along with the J triangle pieces, and the piece that'll go on the back here slot into the mid-fuselage piece. Now the way I designed this is you'll have all the labeling for where the formers should go, and every place where you see a number on it is going to be where that molded piece corresponds to going onto. So obviously right here the number 6 molded piece is going to be touching this spot right here, and the number 9 molded piece is going to be touching this part right here and this part right here of that piece. So just for your own reference, and obviously along with all the formers, this is going to be 9, so it's going to be, H is going to go right here, and that's where the 9 molded piece will touch. Just for your own reference. But we're not going to get to that just yet. We're going to first start with the skeleton of this fuselage. So the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and take our, we're going to put these pieces aside, and we're going to take all the pieces that have 50% score cuts on them, which are going to be the H former, the side exhausts, and the motor mount pieces that we already glued. So we go ahead and push all this stuff over to the side and just open up these 50% scores to go ahead and plop out some foam. But all I'm going to do for that is just take my knife. I'm not cutting it, obviously, I'm just opening it up. So that way I can go ahead and just simply crack this open. Even bend it back on itself to make it a little better. And that's all we need to do for that. Go ahead and put our H former aside. I guess we'll start with this motor mount piece. So you just go ahead back and use a ruler. Go along these lines. This should already be able to pop out, but it just makes it a little easier, a little more consistent. you just take your ruler past each one and just open them up. You don't want to cut it. You just want to slide your knife through. You're supposed to do that for all these little lines. From there, you either take this to the table edge, or if you've done it good enough, then you should be able to just crack this open and just take off this part of foam here. And it should look something like that. For the middle ones, it's a little bit more tough. You either crack it here, and then if you've done a good job, you either crack it here. But the best way to do it for the longer ones down here is to simply take it to a table's edge, right on the corner of it, right in the hard corner, not a rounded corner like before, but a nice 90-degree corner, and line it up from line to line, only one line at a time, and hold it flat on the top for the one part, and then the other part where you want to open it up, just simply push down on it. And that'll crack it right along that line and be clean every time. And then for the other line right here, I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing, line up the edge with the edge, and line to line. You got to hold that little crevice and open it up. And then there's what it'll look like. I like to hold it like this. And the best way I found is rather than pulling straight out, you want to push sideways so that way you don't risk peeling off the paper as much. Because if I pull straight off, I'm risking peeling the paper off, or making this part of the piece, the paper is going to want to come off from it. So if we go side to side, just kind of walk it, you could say. It makes it a little cleaner. We'll go ahead and do that for the next one. So that's what that should look like for this piece. We're going to go ahead and put this off to the side. Now for these exhausts, I recommend taking your knife and going into these, but you could also just take your pliers or your barbecue skewer and just simply go about this point on each piece on this crack, and you just push out like that. Because what we're doing here is we're making the exhausts of the real engine of the BF109, but it's obviously just a little scale detail. You might be wondering why these aren't just totally cut through. Well, the real BF109 had armor above its exhausts on the top and bottom, just to prevent any little bullet from getting inside to damage the engine. And I thought that this was just a little scale feature that was easy enough to add. So that's why we're just peeling off the foam, and it's just not a cut through to the other side. Let's go ahead. Oh, sorry, here. We gotta also crack it open at the bottom here as well, and then peel off this little foam. So now your piece should look something like that. We're going to do the exact same thing to this piece. So now from there, what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to peel off the paper on this part of this exhaust piece. Not on this side that has the tabs, but the side that has the slot for tabs. And for the other piece, obviously the same thing. So that is what you want those to look like. What we can go ahead and do now is we're going to go ahead and glue these together. We're going to actually fold this side with the non-paper on it, or with no paper on it, and fold it back onto itself to create roughly that shape. Now you're going to notice it's going to be a little tight up at this front spot. That's by design. The real BF109 has a curved to a straight shaped exhaust. If you look at the real thing, it'll look just like that. But we're trying to replicate that here, which is why it's such a tight fold. But what you're going to want to see is that this back corner lines up with that corner, and then that these side walls line up with that side wall as well. Now, I recommend not pressing too much right here. I recommend pressing your pressure on the front of this. You can kind of feed this. You can kind of go like that more, where you fold it like that and then over, or just do less of the other two, and just find the right balance of where this is going to line up perfectly when you try to fold it over. So for me, I'm just looking at this middle crease. It's kind of a balance of the two. I want to be right and sandwich them together kind of equally. And when I do that, I notice that the back lines up together along with the side here. And once we have a good feel for that, I'm going to go ahead and put glue on the side with no paper on it rather than the side with paper. The reason for this is we want these notches for future pieces to go into to be relatively clean. If you get glue in them, it's not the biggest deal. It's just something that we want to try to minimize. I'm avoiding putting glue in this middle gap here because we don't really need it there. I'm just putting it on the open foam. And with this piece, less is a little more. So I'm just putting just enough to really bring it together. So just about like that. And then remember that muscle memory as we go ahead and bring it over. Just looking down the whole piece, making sure it lines up. See, I had a little bit of glue smear in that middle gap, but that's fine. So you're going to stick my finger in there or grab a scrap piece and try and smear that away. If it doesn't, if it's being a little stubborn, I'll show you how to fix that in just a moment. With getting glue away, it's either best to totally let it dry or smear it away instantly. The difference is you're going to be pressed for time, where as you're trying to hold down this piece, you don't have to worry about that glue smearing as you want to hold it in the right spot. So I found that it's better just to let the glue dry first, and then you can either cut it off or peel it off, and usually it makes it even cleaner in the end. So I'll show you what I mean here in just a second. So we take our pliers. This is really better for pliers. It's not needed, which is why I recommend this with pliers. Is you simply just kind of grab the thing of glue after it's done drying, and you can pick at it, and it usually comes away as giant pieces or all together. Now for these are a little more stubborn over here. I do want this gap to be a little bit clean, so what I'm going to do is just take my knife and just kind of cut it on the edge, also along that back line. Not too deep, just to cut the glue, not the paper beneath it. Also go along here, just kind of almost slice it off. So now we take the pliers again. Should be able to grab it, and it comes off all as one, leaving this gap totally clean. Now, it was probably fine before, but I just like to keep it clean, because keeping it clean also means less weight in the end. So this is what we want this piece to look like. We'll go ahead and set this off to the side, do the same thing on the other side. So for the next piece, we're going to go ahead and bring back our motor mount piece that we glued to. We're going to need a 90-degree triangle, whether that's just a bigger piece of blue tape you can put on the side, or an actual triangle. Just as long as it's 90 degrees, that's all we want. We're going to go ahead and we're going to use this reference here in the middle of this piece. That is going to be how the foam wants to look. So what that means is we're going to take this side here and fold it like that. We're not going to try and put it above this at all. That will not work, and it'll mess up the whole design. So we're going to want to make sure this is on the side like that. Obviously the same thing for the other side. So, and obviously while we're gluing that, we're going to have this triangle right to the outside, making sure it's 90 degrees. And now the main thing to remember with doing this is you want to put pressure down to hold it down, make sure it's not up or down in any orientation. It will be flat to the table. Also, I recommend not only holding this 90 degrees and looking at this wall, but also look at this flat plate. We're going to hold this down as well, so that way we don't have to worry about this popping up at all like that. So that's going to be how we're going to glue this. To do that, we're simply going to put some glue along this wall here of the flat plate. Stay a little bit away from the edges, and also that middle gap there. And once again, just go back to that muscle memory, holding this true, and also the flat plate down. If you have any glue smearing, you can take your flat plate hand, you can call it, go ahead and smear this in. But I didn't have too much. And just hold that until it's dry. Now that that's dry, let's go ahead and do the same thing to the other side. Putting glue along this flat plate. I'm putting it against that, not above it. Firm pressure down. Make sure the flat plate in the middle is down. Okay. Now I usually like to do this top one all in one motion. So I'm going to put glue along this line, or the piece of foam right here, and on this piece of foam, or part of the foam right here, up here. Now, because there's this little notch out, we're going to need to take this to the edge of the table and bring this over onto itself with that notch off the table. You should be able to, you can still use a triangle, but because this is already glued mostly together, it should be fine, but you always have that triangle just in case. So that's how we're going to do it. Let's go ahead and glue it together. At this point now, we're going to go ahead and bring back our gun exhausts, or not our gun exhausts, just our exhausts, and we're going to glue these into the side here. Now, with this piece, the tab with the holes on top for more tabs, and the tabs on the inside, it's going to look like this. So in other words, the place with paper on the outside here is going to be the front, and these are going to slot right in like this. Now if you do this, you shouldn't be able to even do it in backwards. Or I'm sorry. Well, so just make sure that the tabs are pointing up here. That is crucial. So it should look something just like this. Now we're going to make these as 90 degrees as we can. It's kind of tough. When we're gluing these in place though, I'm going to put pressure on this back part here and this front part here, and just kind of look at it down the line and make sure that it's about as 90 degrees as it can be. This isn't the most crucial step, but just make sure it's as straight as you can be. Now when I glue this, I'm going to put glue on a little dot right up front here and all along here, but not the tabs. Just like that. So not on these tabs and not in the openings. Always make sure that these open slots are facing up. Hold it in place at 90 degrees. Let's go ahead and do the same thing to the other side. We always have those openings pointing up. So it looks just like that when we're all done. With those exhausts now on, we're going to take back these little pieces with the number 5 on them, along with our E former. And what we're first going to go ahead and do is put these pieces of 5 in these gaps here. So it should look something like this. You just like to pinch the corners just to make it a little easier. And now we're going to want to angling down. So we put this E former right here. It should match up with them right there. Now, as you can see here, there should be a little E reference right there, and that means that on this side actually is where this E former goes, as we have here. There's 2 little marks on each side, along with these pieces to keep it 90 degrees. So we're first going to put the E former side and glue in these one at a time. I'm simply just going to put glue along this piece, but not on the tab. Making sure that the shorter length side is towards the front, and the higher piece is in the back, or higher side is in the back. Wipe away and smear in glue. And do the same thing to the other side. Then once that's done drying, we can go ahead and take our E-former and slide it into place here. See how that looks, make sure everything looks about right. Now I'm going to put glue on this piece, or this combination of pieces, I guess you could say, rather than the former. I'll show you where I'm going to put it. I'll do it by just doing it. I'll put a little drop of glue right there, along there, and on this wall. The same thing the other side. Just go ahead and put that former there. And as long as you have these pieces on, it should automatically line up. But just make sure that it's in between those two dash marks on each side. And that is what that should look like. As you can see here, this is a good representation of the number 5 molded piece will touch this former along with these two side pieces. We're going to go ahead and set this off to the side, and we're going to glue the middle fuselage section together. So now for the middle fuselage section, we're going to go ahead and put a few of these pieces to the side. But we're going to keep our H and G formers, and we're going to glue these together as so. We're just simply line up this top line with the top line of this G former and the middle slot along with the bottom of the piece, and glue these together. Now stay away from these holes here, because that's where our our push rods will go through. So I put glue down. Just about something like that. While that's drying, we can go ahead and take a barbecue skewer and just open up these little slots, so that way when we take our coffee stirrers through them, it'll be a little easier in the long run. Just like that. Now we can go ahead and do is take the larger piece here, and we're actually going to go ahead and grab our G and H former and slide it on this line where they're supposed to go. Perfect. Now it should slot in right to the right spot. What you're going to want to see is to actually not even see both of those lines. That means that it's pretty much perfect. You could just see the faintest of that reference mark there when I put this down, and that's what you're going to want to look for. Now also, make sure that it's pushed down far enough, because if it's not pushed down far enough, this H former is not going to sit flush with that back side. So make sure that it pushes down and it also is lined up with those reference marks. It'll look something like that. Now the way I like to glue these is, rather than sliding glue onto them, I just kind of like to weld them, as you could say, into place. So let's put some glue along this back side here, and use a scrap piece of foam and just smear it in place. That's going to hold this together and be perfectly in the right spot, rather than monkeying around and trying to put it back on with glue. Now while that's drying, I'm going to take my triangle and make sure that it's 90 degrees, which it looks to be about perfect. I'll go ahead and do the same thing to the other side. And I'm also going to put some glue along this back side of this H former. And I'm just going to do that by holding the H former back, just putting a little bit of glue along that open foam. Then when I do this, I'm making sure that this little dash is perfectly centered along that piece of foam, which looks a little off, so I'm just going to hold it in the right spot, right in the middle until it dries. You can also put glue right here up above this J spot, but I don't like to do that because it's not really needed and it's just more weight. What we can do is go ahead and take this piece right here and put it in this gap to make this all fit. It should look something like that. And once again, I'm just going to let this sit like that. I'm going to weld it in place. Just make sure that it's roughly 90 degrees to each other back here and roughly 90 degrees this way. Doesn't have to be perfect, but it just helps. Now I usually just like to put glue on the top side of this, and I'm going to put glue on the bottom side right here touching the H former, just to really make it a strong connection. Now we're going to go ahead and bring back the J pieces, and it's going to sit like this on one side, right in that little reference area, and then it'll sit in the same spot on the back side. So we'll have one on each side of this piece. Put some glue down. As long as it's between that reference area, you should be good. Same thing for the other side. And once that's done drying, we can go ahead and bring our F former. Doesn't matter which way, but preferably the front. Slide this on. Make sure I look and see that that little middle reference mark is lined up with the center, which it should be. And we'll go ahead and tack weld or weld the one side in. All while holding it square on the other side. Make sure it's always on that line. Go ahead and smear our glue in. Do the same thing for the other side. The best way to do this part here is just to hold it like so. Just always look down that center line, making sure that it's roughly 90 degrees. Make sure it's not twisted like this or like this, just that that F former is as straight as it can get. Just hold that until it's done drying. Once that's done drying, we can go ahead and bring over this deformer so we can put it aside to then grab our main box. We're going to slide this together first, right in that gap. And it should sit perfectly here. Make sure you see if you have any glue sticking out on this back part here, just to take that off, so it should get in the way with this. So what I'm going to do here, go ahead and put glue right along in the middle here, and then also on each side of this piece here. So I'll go ahead and put one glue here, also on the other side, just along that middle gap. This is just going to hold it in place. We're going to do the same thing for this F former back here. We can really just make sure this is all straight and 90 degrees to each other if we only glue this middle section first. But just kind of watch it, make sure it looks roughly parallel with each other. But if there's anything off, we can always hold it and tweak it and then glue it to the F former. show you what that looks like in just a second when this dries. Okay, so once this is done drying, if it's really out of whack or really twisted, like as you can see there, this looks pretty good, but we're going to go ahead and weld it to that F-former. The way I'll do that is I'll just put some glue along here, and also along the top there on each side. Then just hold it parallel with the fuselage. Go ahead and make sure to smear some glue in there. And just hold that in the right orientation. So once that's done drying, we can go ahead and bring back the deformer. This is just going to slide down here. And also notch in that gap. What I'm looking for here is to really make sure this is aligned with those deformer reference marks. So this side looked a little off, but now as I bring it back, it looks right in that gap. Should rest right along this these exhaust pieces. Perfect. Now when I'm glue this down, I'm going to glue it as it is here. Now I'm going to stay away. You even take your pencil for this. I'm going to stay away from this area. I want this to be clean for the hatch, for this piece, which will ultimately have the side intake on it, and this is going to slide in there. So we're going to stay away from that area and just put glue down below it. I'm also only gluing on this side of the, on the side that's personally facing me right now, because there's going to be another former for the hatch. As you can see here, actually, let me first smear this. On the finished one line over here, this one doesn't have any electronics in it. I'm going to take off this hatch and open this up. You can see here that this is a little different. This is an older rendition, but this former on this molded piece part right here is going to be constantly sliding along this as we open and close it for every time we take or turn on and off the battery. So we're going to really want to only glue on the other side to stay away from any trouble with that area. From there, we're going to go ahead and glue this back side here along with the other side. Now this former is coming off that piece a little bit, so I'm going to hold that back onto it. Once that's done, we can go ahead and glue down this back side by only gluing on this side, but glue all along that back side. This side will not have the hatch piece on it because that's the way that the real BF109 is. There's only that one intake on the side, on the pilot's left side. So that's why it's all good over here. Just make sure that it's always on those reference marks. Now that that's done drying, we now have our skeleton done of the BF109. We can go ahead and start moving on to some molded pieces. Okay, so I lied. We're actually going to do the servos and mount them in here first before we do any molded pieces. So we're going to go ahead and grab our two 9-gram servos. Now I set these up to be mirrored, just like that, using about the same control arm that we use for the ailerons. And the way they're going to be put in here, we're going to place them just like this in the plane. They could be anywhere as far back as here, or as up front as here. If you want to have space to do your own cockpit, you could even mount these a little lower, but I would at least set them in. Well, if you're doing a cockpit, what I recommend is just putting the servos in here and not gluing them, so that way you can do a little more crazy stuff. But for what we're going to do with this basic version is we're going to simply glue these on the side like this, about the middle here like that. So what we're first going to do is grab our coffee stirrers. We're going to have two, we're going to have all four here. And we're going to put this aside, and take some packing tape, just cut about that much. And then for one of these, / two of these, we're going to put it halfway on, like this, just like that. It's hard to see. And then place the other coffee stir, right where it meets. Then slowly roll them together in a way that they'll connect. So it should look something like that. We'll do the same thing for the other one. So now we'll just set these aside. Now we're going to go ahead and take some sandpaper or a knife, but I like sandpaper because they don't ruin the knife's blade. And just go on the back side, that is the side that's not going to be, like you could be able to take a sandpaper block and put this like this and not have the control horn get in the way. In other words, not like this. So we're going to have it on this side. I'm just going to scuff up the back just to make it easier for the glue to attach to. Just about that much. Same thing for this one. Now what we're going to go ahead and do is take our 2 push rods. Now I've already gone ahead and done a modified Z-bend on each of these, mirrored as well once again, and we're going to go ahead and put these in to the outermost point on each servo. Now I came from the bottom to the top, as in I poked it through the bottom and then came up to the top, but it doesn't matter which way. You can glue it to where it'll sit just fine. Just have them both looking something like that. Now from here, we're going to bring back our coffee stirs, and slide them into the back of these holes that we made previously. Just about like that. Same thing for the other side. I'm leaving about an inch or an inch and a half out of here. And then I usually like to have the control horn towards the front here. So what I mean is when we place this in, it'll sit something like this, and it won't be with the control horn at the back like that. We'll just keep the control horn towards the front, and that way that the wire is coming out to the front of the plane. Now, to put that in there though, I'm first going to take the end of this push rod and slide it into this coffee stir. Slide it all the way through. Should sit something like that. Do the same thing for the other side. Once again, I'm gonna glue these servos just to where the push rod is about even with this hole that we made for the coffee stir. So not too low or not too high, but just right where they meet. I'm gonna put them right in the middle here, just right about smack dead middle. So I'll put some glue on the back side of that servo. Now just be careful as well, if you do a modified Z-bend, be careful that this isn't poking out too far, because if you take a ruler and go along these 2 formers, as long as it doesn't touch that push rod, you should be fine. But if it is too long, just go ahead and snip it just a little bit shorter. But for this one, I think it's fine. And once it's done drying, just do the same thing for the other side and check that push rod. And once you're done, it should look something just like that. Now from here, what we're going to do is take these wires and feed them back into the opening here. Now what I like to do is just simply tape them down so they don't fly around everywhere. I'll show you how I'm doing that. Just fold them back onto themselves a little bit. And just do that so they don't have to get in the way of anything. As for these coffee stirrers, we're going to push these all the way back to about really like a millimeter or two sticking out here on each side. And I like to tack them in place by simply just putting a drop of glue right there. And you gotta be careful, you don't want to let them melt, but they shouldn't melt. And just twist these and kind of push them back and forth just a little bit. And that'll keep this the coffee stirrer from moving. This is important when we go to slide on the molded pieces and they don't push all the way back up or get stuck. And as always, just do the same thing for the other side. So now we can go ahead and put this aside and go ahead and move on to some molded pieces. So the first molded piece we're going to do here is the main one in the middle. That's going to go over here, and it's going to be number 6. And first we're going to do is take off the paper on both sides. From here, what we're going to go ahead and do is put some glue in this middle slot just to connect it back together again. Take an excess piece of foam and smear it together. Now while that's drying and flat on the table, we can go ahead and take a barbecue skewer and just open up these little reference marks. And just hold it till it's done drying. Next, what we're going to go ahead and do is mold it. This piece is a little easy to mold, but it's also a little complicated in the way that you should mold it. You just don't want to mold it in some areas, is what I'm trying to say. Like, we're going to stay away from this area right here and this area right here, but we can mold it on this leading edge here and also the sides. So I'll show you what I mean by that just here in a second. So I've only done this one side here, and you can see that there's a good amount of molding right here on this front curve, and in just about this area. We're keeping this whole area down here flat, and this upper part here a little curved, and then staying away from this area. Now the best tips I have for this is just to simply where you put your hands is the key to this. For when it comes to getting that front leading edge, I'm only using my hand on that leading edge and really only molding it there. I can use my left hand right here for just getting a little bit leverage on the piece, but I'm really only applying pressure with this hand over here on that front curve. Once we get that done on the front leading edge, I'm just going to use a little bit of pressure in this area here on that 13th Squadron logo. Now that we have both of those done, we're just going to do a little mold on this middle line, not too much, and it's between these two reference lines right here. This middle line is just because the foam has to be open for the kit, but these two reference lines right here is where we're going to mold in between there. Just a little bit. I'll show you what I mean. So just the tiniest bit of molding there, right in the middle. Now if we hold this together, we can kind of already see the shape of the fuselage coming together. We just didn't stay away from these areas because they're flat and they're scaled to the real BF109. But now we can go ahead and grab our skeleton again. We're going to go ahead and glue this down. Now, rather than doing everything at once, we're just going to glue it in the middle, right along this line here. So that way we know that it's centered. And the way we're going to do this, if we can practice, is simply make sure that this center line is lined up with this deformer. And then also, we're going to hold it when we glue it to make sure and see that that middle line that comes with opening up from the kit, right there, that middle line, is going to be on the middle of that F-former as we go to glue it. Now, it's going to be hard to get a camera angle, but I hope you can just understand what I'm saying from this point. So I'm going to watch it from about this angle, and just make sure that it's staying in that spot. Another thing to watch for is make sure that this molded piece is not too far over the edge or too far back. Make sure it's just right along that deformer. So it should look something like that. So I'm going to go ahead and put glue on the middle here, and also on just the top of this F-former. Right there. Maybe a little bit on the deformer like that. Now we're going to go ahead and pick a side. I usually like to start with the pilot's right side. And then we're going to just basically fold this down and then watch it fall along that former on the D-former. I'm not too worried about the G-former in the back. There's kind of a lot of play with that. But we can actually go ahead and move that around when we're done. And we can open up this gap here like that and put glue in there to make it perfect. So I'm not worried about the G-former, gluing this to the G-former at all right now. I'm just looking at the F and the D-former. As long as this wraps around, lines up flush, it should look something just like that. So now I'll go ahead and put glue on the F and the D-former. Just make sure to apply pressure the whole time to keep it down. Really make sure it follows that D-former. If you've got any glue smearing, make sure to get that off as well. Now we'll do the same thing for the other side. From there, once we have both of those sides down, we can go ahead and glue the 6 molded piece to the G-former. And as you can see, that's about how far off it is right now. But I can kind of just tweak this to fit the right spot. As long as you hold it in the right spot, and it's along that former line, right between the middle of those two formers is where this piece should line up. Your plane should be looking good. So I'll show you what I mean in a second. I'm just going to simply open up that gap and then put some glue. You can put a little too much glue, but that's fine. I can get that later. And I'm just watching that. Now what you're going to want to see is you're going to want to see this line right here created by this molded piece pointing right at this hinge spot where this H-former goes back. So now if you remember, that piece was a little off before, but now it's perfectly lined up with that former. We're going to go ahead and do the same thing for the other side. Now that that's done, let's go ahead and move on to the next molded piece. Okay, so the next molded pieces are going to be for our hatch, and it consists of these pieces here. It's going to be I believe the 4 and the 3 molded pieces, and the C, B, and A formers. So we're going to go ahead and put these formers off to the side for a second. We're going to prepare these molded pieces. First thing we're going to do is take some tape, and just about 3 or 4 inches of tape right here. I'm actually going to take it on my shirt first, just get it a little bit less tacky. And on this molded piece here specifically, you're going to notice that there's this little area right here that looks kind of strange. That's a little bubble that comes out on the real BF109. It's just a little scale feature, but it means you have to basically put tape on the back side of it. So you're going to see here on this piece, there's a side that has a 50% score here where you can notch these open, So there's going to be a line right here. If we flip this over, there's going to be no lines on there. This is the side that we're going to attach tape to. In other words, you're going to have this line over here. That's going to be our hatch little mark to go into. It's like I might even just get a little bit less tacky. We'll put this over top of this gun bubble thing. Now from here, go ahead and take my knife and just cut roughly along that line. And I'm making a clean cut. We just want this area to stay almost connected without being connected. So now from there, we can go ahead and take these molded pieces and peel off the paper, but not on these little tabs on the outside. I'll show you what that looks like. So I took off the paper on both of these, but I left the paper on all of these tabs on each side. But we're going to focus our attention on this number 4 molded piece. And what we're going to do first is go ahead and mold it. So we're going to take it to the table's edge. And this one's going to be relatively equal curvature all around. So just equal pressure throughout the whole piece. Just to look something about like that. Now from here, we'll go ahead and either take our knife or just notch these open, but I like to be a little careful. Just open them up again and crack these open. So now this is going to be the next very crucial step here, knowing which side is which. In the plane, it's going to sit like this, and our hatch is going to open this way. And this is actually going to be the hinge for our hatch. And this side over here is just going to tab into this spot over here. So the way I'm going to have you do this, just so you know, is take a piece of tape and put it on the side that we're going to glue shut. The other side is going to act as a hinge so it can flop open. So to do that, I'm going to make this hinge a little stronger by having a scrap piece of foam ready, and just simply put a little bit of glue in there while it's open. Take the scrap piece and smear it all along in this. That'll make this hinge really strong and reliable and last a long time. We're going to take another piece of tape and hold that open, just like so. And while that's drying, you can take the other side. If that kind of happens, it's no big deal. We're just going to glue this all back together. So when you're done, it should look something like this. With this side hinged and the other side closed. Now we're going to go ahead and do the same thing for the other piece. So now we have both pieces the same way and the hinge on the same side. We're going to go ahead and put some formers on these. So we're going to grab our C former. And this one is going to slot right here in the back of this number 4 molded piece. It's going to be something just like that. Now we're actually not going to put glue where this gun bubble is. We're only going to put it on the outsides here. And the best way I can explain how to do this is we're just going to set it down on the table, and we're going to take a little pencil or a Sharpie or whatever. I'm just going to mark where the center is of that line so we can always see it. And we're basically going to take this down to the table and line that up there just like that. And we're going to slowly wrap it around this on the table like that. That'll make it a nice flat former. Now we're going to go ahead and put glue on this molded piece here. Right where I see the etchings of the laser burnt edge, on the piece here. If you want to be careful, you wrap it around again and just mark right where you think the glue should stop at each former, so it's like that. And it's exactly where those laser burnt marks are. Just put glue there and there. We're going to angle this middle gun bubble up, so that's why we're not gluing it here. But we do want it to be stationary and not move around. If you have a little glue on the table, that's okay. We're just going to hold that like that until it dries. Now that's dry, we can go ahead and bring over our B former. We're going to put this in here, just like that. Now we can probably glue this all at once. As you can see there's a slot cut out for the gun ports, so we're not even going to put any glue in that area. But we're going to make sure it's lined up in the middle. And then from here, we'll take that Sharpie or whatever you're using again, and just mark the bottom of where the glue goes, even where the start of it goes, on there, like that. This is what we don't have to do on the bottom of the table. We can just hold it. We'll put glue along there, along the middle, but not on those gun ports. And just like that. Make sure it's back in the middle again, and just hold it together. With that dry, we can go ahead and bring our number 3 molded piece. We're just going to test fit and kind of hold it like this and just see how it fits on this front leading edge of the number 4 molded piece. That looks pretty good. So I'm obviously lining up that center mark and seeing how those gun ports line up. Now I'm just going to hold it for this, so I know the right angle. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put glue only where the middle of the molded piece is and not on those gun ports. Because we're going to take those gun ports out, that's why we're not putting glue there. I'm just going to hold it. Now I'm putting the number 4 molded paper below the number 3. So I'm putting this over like that. And I'm just holding it together at the right angle. And after a while I'll put tape on it just to make sure it doesn't come undone. But I just want to make sure it sets the right way. Once we've held that for a while, we can take some tape, just put it along that seam. Just like that. Now we're going to go ahead and choose a side. I suppose I'll just do this side first. And we're just going to use our hands and guide it along that seam. And we can use our thumb in the back here to make it line up perfectly. I'm just going to hold it like that there. You could use tape, but I like to just watch it as it dries to make sure it's drying in the right position. Once again, I'm obviously putting that paper from this molded piece over the number 4 molded piece. Like that. Just kind of like that. And I'll put glue on the number 4 molded piece here. So that way it squeezes inward rather than outward on the outside of the plane. So there's a visual. Just go ahead and curve it back together. Because that way you have no glue smearing on the outside of the plane. Then it's just a matter of holding it until it dries. And just do the same thing for the other side. Once we have that all together, we can go ahead and grab the A former with the little 3 on it. Just slide it up in this gap. Now you're going to notice it's probably be going to be a pretty bad fit at first. But the best way to do this is just to hold it as so and apply pressure like this with your thumbs, and then downward pressure back inward with your index fingers to get it to the right spot. It's okay if this A-former crinkles in a little bit. Just, as long as it's drying with glued and with no crinkles, you should be good. Just get that muscle memory back, and then I'm going to take that marker or pencil or whatever you're using, just mark down there. And I'm going to put glue on the molded piece. Like that. And do that same thing again. If there's any glue, obviously smear it. And just wait for that to dry. Now we can go ahead and take off the tape right here, but not on this section right here. Do that by peeling to the seam line. Then go back and take off the tape from the other side. That way the paper does not peel off. And now we can bring over our skeleton again. And like I said, these are going to be the hinge lines right here. So what we're going to do is a little test fit. We just put these in here, into those gaps. And see how it fits on the other side. And overall, that looks pretty good. So what we're going to do from here, it almost wants to be a hatch already. We're going to put these pieces, or these hinges right here, at about a 45-degree angle, or a 90-degree angle, I guess. We're going to place them in like this. I'll place them in here just so you can see it. Hold on. We're going to glue them in there just like that. So now to do this, we're going to bring over a barbecue skewer just for a little bit of help. I'm going to just drizzle a little bit of glue in there, not too much. Just about that much glue. I'm going to let these fall into there. And if I don't want to go in, I'm just going to use a barbecue skewer and slot them in so that way they fit nice. Now I'm going to apply pressure on this piece here to make sure that this hinge is going to be seamless with the exhaust pieces. And just wait for that to dry. With that dry, you can go ahead and fold this back over and slot these in the gaps on the other side here. And that is our hatch done. It looks pretty good. If you notice if it's a little off, like here, simply just kind of give it a little muscle memory. That's just however you molded the piece to go together. And also we'll have our former up here, which will help this stay shape. So, along with the side intake helping it on the side. So, now let's go ahead and move on to the next molded piece. With that molded piece now done, we're going to go ahead and take the tape off here. We'll do this very carefully. Should look something like that. Just be very careful taking your time with it. This even snapped off. That's okay. We're going to actually take this out. And we're just going to glue this back in here at about this angle. With this, less is more. You don't want it to be sticking out like that and seeing a ton of foam. You're going to want just a little bit. So, to do this, I'm going to go ahead and put glue, just a little bit of glue, on that former, favoring the inside here and not towards the middle molded piece, or the number 6 molded piece. Just put a little bit of foam on these walls here. Should look just like that. So now we do this, we're going to put the glue, or put the piece in like this to favor the glue smearing inward and not towards that molded piece, or the number 6 molded piece. And just about, just like that. From there you can even go ahead and open up your hatch, just to make sure that it doesn't glue itself down and make the hatch not openable, or not be able to be open. Alright, with that done drying, let's go ahead and move on to the next molded piece. So the next molded piece we're going to work on is going to be number 5. This piece is going to look like this. It is going to require some sanding, so get ready for a little bit of a mess, but it's all worth it. First thing we're going to do is, not this side with the thinner lines, but we're going to do the side that was the other side of the foam that got cut, and peel off the paper here. And then what we're going to do is take our knife and do a bevel. We're going to do it all along this line here, so I'll show you just by doing it. Just like that there in the corner, along with the other corner. Doesn't have to be that deep of a bevel, because we're just going to sand it down. Just like that. And now, don't hurt yourself on this, but just do a bevel on this back edge. This is one of those, the more you do now, the less you have to sand, but sanding is a lot easier, so don't stress over it. Just like that. Now we're going to want to sand to around an imaginary line around here, right around that spot. So imagine a straight line from here to the trailing edge. Go ahead and grab our sandpaper, go to the table's edge, using the same rules that we did with that trailing edge of the wing. And then with this, it's important to not go side to side or up. We're going to only sand down like this to prevent any catching on these side little wings of this piece. So I'm just going to sand towards myself this way. With that all sanded, we can go ahead and start the molding process. This is going to be a relatively easy one as well. We're just going to imagine a line right along here that we're going to mold it. You can mold the whole thing, but we really just want to make sure to focus right in this area and this area. And a little trick, as you can see, that's how mine looks so far. We want to make a shoulder basically on this piece along this relative line. So what we're going to do is we're going to take it to the table's edge like this. You can just probably hold your hand down like this and just kind of fold it back onto itself like that. This way you don't damage wrinkling anything, and it makes a really tight mold. This is really the key to like doing really tight curves on molded pieces of any plane. Or if you have a really tight structure on any plane, you could do this. As you can see there, that's what it looks like just from that. And no crinkles or anything at all. So the same thing for the other side. So your piece should look something like that. As long as it's roughly like this, you should be fine. And with that, we're going to bring back over the skeleton, which is now more of a body, you could say, because it's got more pieces on it. Close up this hatch. And we're going to flip it over. And this is where the number 5 piece is going to go. It's going to sit around here. And the way this is going to get glued on, there's no really good spot to show you exactly where, but this part of the piece right here is going to line up with the number 6 molded piece. It's going to touch right in that corner. It's going to be something like that. So all we're going to do for this is simply put glue all along this side right here in this piece of the exhaust. Then we'll just glue this together. And we'll just hold it just that part for now. So we'll do that. Take some glue. Just to the shape of this triangle, so not to the end of this piece, but just to there. You can put a little tiny drop on this former, not a lot though. And press this down, slide it into place. And just hold that till it's done drying. So now with that glued, you can see it looks something about like this. And the best way to glue this down is we can fold it over here. We're just going to make sure that this side is flush and at the same spot on the other side. You can kind of roll it on over if it's a little off. To me that looks pretty good there. And then from here, I'm going to watch this center mark and the center mark on that box piece right here. I'm just going to glue this side down over here and hold it in the right spot. And then once I have that, I'm going to look to the front, make sure that that's down and in the center. So there's 3 points. You're going to have your thumb here, another finger here, and another finger holding this down here in the middle. As for the back former here, we're actually not going to do that just yet. What we'll do is we'll glue the sides down, and it's going to look something like that. And we're just going to drizzle some glue in there and then put this flat to the table, and it'll make it nice and flat. So put glue all along that line there, stopping at the number 5 triangle piece. And a little bit of glue on that former. Also, we'll put a little bit of glue on these triangle pieces. We're going to have more on the one side than the other, but that's fine. Now we can go ahead and drizzle some glue in this little back area. Doesn't have to be clean. Just about like that. And just simply bring it down to the table and just hold it flat. So with that glued, we can go ahead and open this little gap up here. This is going to be for our ESC cooling. We're simply just going to take our knife and go perpendicularly along this line, and we're going to cut it out, obviously. Doesn't need to be clean because it'll be covered up by the intake on the bottom. It should look just like that. Now we're going to get to that piece later when we actually have all the wings on and stuff, so that way it'll be less scratched up. So let's go ahead and move on to the next 2 molded pieces in front. So for the next 2 molded pieces, we're going to have the numbers 1 and 2 molded pieces, along with the AA former with the little 2 on it. We're going to put this little former off to the side for a sec, and we're going to go ahead and focus on prepping these pieces. So on the back side of this piece, we're going to go ahead and peel off the paper for both of these. Now we're going to focus our attention on the number 2 molded piece. And first thing we're going to do is do a bevel along this back side here. We're going to do somewhat of what I call transitional bevels, where it's just beveling less and more in certain areas. I'll show you what I mean and just show you what it looks like. We're going to do that more on the number 1 molded piece, but for the number 2 molded piece, it's going to look something like this. Just a little, slightly shallower than 45-degree bevel right there on that section. And almost no bevel in this area. And once the piece starts to curve a little more, we're going to ramp up the bevel just the tiniest bit. And then once the piece curves less, we're going to go less of a bevel again, and almost back to none, all the way to the corner. And obviously do that same bevel on this side. We can set that off to the side for a sec, and bring over the number 1 molded piece. And the more, basically the transitional bevel is simply just the more the piece curves, the more you bevel. And this little cutout is for an intake on the plane, so that's why it's a weird shape. We're just going to do this section here. As I'm getting that more curve, I'm just doing a little bit more of a bevel. We're going back to a little bit less. Now let's go ahead and mold these two. Should look like that. And then grab the other piece and do the same thing. Okay, so we can set the number 1 piece aside, bring over the main section we've been working on. And this number 2 molded piece, what we're going to do is we're going to take a piece of paper, I'm going to put it on my shirt just to get a little less tacky. I'm going to put it right in this middle dot. I'm going to hold it back so I can see that middle mark. And I'm going to line it up to where the paper is going to be underneath the number 3 molded piece. So I'm going actually underneath it like this. And holding it center there. And then putting that piece of tape down. Double checking. I'm a little off, so I'm going to take that off. Just put it back on. Make sure it's lined up. It's best to squeeze this piece back here, so that way it stays in the middle of this, or underneath this pieces of foam board. That looks pretty good. I'm going to take a little more tape, just 2 pieces like that. I'm going to tape down these sides here, because we're actually not going to glue this, because obviously this is going to be a part of the this is going to touch the hatch. Make sure it's nice and flush with that. Tape that. Same thing with the other side. Just see how it fits. Always staying underneath the paper of this. Make sure your hatch is down as well, that's kind of important. Now you can see it looks something like this. Go ahead and take this side and just see how it fits in there. That fits pretty good. So I'm going to try and just feed as much glue as I can, to a degree, where all this is going to touch. I'm going to take my glue, put a tiny dab where that sticks out, and also where that touches. Then I'm going to take, from this angle, a little bit on the number 5 molded piece. Now I'm just going to hold it to where this sits like that and let that dry. So with that glued down now, you can see that when we wrap this glued down side around this number 5 molded piece, it should line up perfectly with that center line. As you can see, yes it does. So now what we're going to do is put glue along that number 5 molded piece to glue this in place. You can use tape to hold it down, but I like to just kind of watch it as it dries. Next we're going to go ahead and do the same thing. Drizzling glue all in those areas again. and just holding it in place. Now when we go ahead and glue this piece down, I'm going to take some tape, just have it ready. I'm going to put this on the molded piece like that, so that way it can come together. And we're going to do that same thing as before, where we drizzle glue all along this number 5 molded piece, and then also on this number 2 molded piece on the inside seam there. Now this one can be a little tricky because the other piece is already down. So just try and do your best to get glue any way you can along that former, or along that molded piece, and also along the number 2 molded piece. Gravity is your friend here in these cases. Just bring this together. I just still like to hold it just to make sure. So with that piece done, we can go ahead and take this piece of tape off very carefully. We leave these ones on the side just to keep it consistent. But now we're going to go ahead and glue on this, we're going to glue on the AA former. And this is going to just slide up right against the A former. It's going to go right there. Now we're going to make sure not to glue these together, because we do want to have the hatch open. So I'm going to put glue on this A former, but really favor the one side. And it's very light amount of glue, you don't have to do much. Just enough to stick to foam. So literally just that much glue, and really on the one side of the foam. And just slide it up against the A former. This one you can kind of just relatively place center, but try your best to keep it centered with that molded piece, because there's no really good reference mark except just by feel. It should look something like that inside. Now we can go ahead and take our number 1 molded piece. We're going to grab some tape again, and we're going to put it on the middle mark here. Open it up, and then we're going to attach this with the paper going above on this piece of the number 2 piece. Just line that up, see how it looks. Looks pretty good. We'll glue that down a little better. Now, being able to see that little reference mark, I'm going to put a little bit of glue on the number 2 piece, just in the center. And just like that, I'm going to take the number 1 piece and put it on. Obviously make sure it's centered. And once it's centered, you can put that tape down. I'm just going to hold it by squeezing the sides to the right angle where the piece should be at. This way we only have to focus on one spot rather than gluing on the whole piece at once. And we're just going to go around the world, you could say, of this piece, gluing on each part individually to make sure it's a nice, good attachment and good gluing around the whole piece. Alright, now that glue's done drying, we're going to go ahead and pick a side. I'll just say this side is to keep it consistent. And we're going to basically use gravity as our friend here. And just put a little bit of glue around this region right here. Keeping the tape on top, we're going to put a little bit of glue in there. I'll do it and then show you. say just about that much there, as you can see. You could do even less and just go little by little, but that's what I like to do, and just like to hold it in the right spot. Because you see that seam wants to open naturally, but if I hold it tight, it closes up. And I'm just going to hold that until it's done drying. Now that's dry, we're going to go ahead and do it again. With that side now done, we're going to go ahead and do it to the other side. So now when we get to this middle section here, I don't really think we even need tape for this little of a connection here. We're going to glue this part down, along with connecting these together at the same time. Actually, no, we are going to use tape. Just take a little bit of tape, put it on the one to prepare. Just glue that, bring that together. With that glued, now we can go ahead and take off some of the tape here very carefully, along with the two side pieces here. And we'll go ahead and leave these on the bottom here, just because there's no real reason to take those off until the end of the build. But now with that done, let's go ahead and move on to the empennage section near the tail. The next molded piece we're going to work on is going to be the number 9 molded piece. And the first thing we're going to do is peel off all the paper, except these little areas right here. Now it's okay if the paper did come off here, it just makes it easier to see. But so basically this middle line here goes about, it's a cut line, but it's not, or it's a 50% score, I'm sorry. So it doesn't go through the paper on the other side, it just goes through the foam on the paper here. I'm just opening these up just to make sure. And then now what these lines are on the outside are reference marks. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our knife and hold it at a 45-degree angle. And it might be easier to start it from this side up top here. And all we're going to do is just hold it, and then as this line gets away from us, we're just going to keep holding that 45-degree angle. And we should, in theory, make it look just like this. Let me show you, hold on. So by only holding the knife at a 45-degree angle that whole time, we make a notch, like a gap at an angle all the way down. You don't want to go too close to the paper, just because you don't want to have risk going through it. I'll show you from this angle now. Just kind of hold it. You just follow that reference line. And what this does is we're going to go ahead and mold this, it's just going to make a nice shoulder to crease on the other side. So I'll go ahead and do the same thing over here. Now we're going to go ahead and put some glue in here. So we have a scrap piece ready. With that dry, we can go ahead and mold this. Some places we're going to want to stay away from is roughly with our hand over here on this general area, and also down here. We're only really curve. We're going to use this little crease as a reference, and only curve along this line and up. So I'll show you what that piece should look like here in a second. So you can kind of see there, I kind of just followed this line without curving a lot of the foam down here. Stayed away from this area right here, but the back is going to be curved the whole time. And also anywhere from here and up is going to be curved. So let's do the same thing for the other side. In fact, you can even take it to the table's edge here. Just hold it like that. Just kind of use the table to help curve this back area here really tight. With that done, we can go ahead and bring over our main fuselage here. Okay, Jack from the future here. this piece I had personally was a little bit messed up in my own part, but don't worry, the one in your kit is all perfect. But that means I had to change a little bit of how it went together. So that's why I have this old fuselage here, which I was testing some polyurethane stuff on. So don't worry, it's going to be the same exact process. It's just I had to cut another one out for myself. But the only difference is going to be you're going to have 2 push rods sticking out of these holes that will have push rods and coffee stirrers on them. But that's be the only difference. It's the same exact process, but just so you know. And that's why it looks different. We'll put the fuselage off to the side. We're going to bring back this piece. What we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and glue this together on the bottom like so. And to do that, we're going to get some tape ready. I'm just going to go pretty much all the way down this line, leaving it just about that far off from the foam. Once it all looks like that on the one side, doesn't matter which side, just a personal preference. Go ahead and just kind of get a feel for how this is going to go together. Make sure always one side of the paper is over the other. I used to like to keep the side that doesn't have tape on it above the side that has tape on it. Once you kind of get a good feel for it, it could help to have 2 hands here, but you don't need that. Just someone to help put the tape down. But in this case, I don't have that, so I'm just going to show you how to do it without it. But it's just a personal thing you could do. But I'm just going to put glue, a good smear all along this whole entire edge that has the tape on it, or whichever side is going to be beneath. I'm going to bring back that other side, kind of keep the tape out of the way for viewing. Don't worry if the glue drips at all. We'll get that later. Start up at the top and make sure it's at the right spot and not too far over or anything. I'm just going to put some tape in the middle here for a sec. The end is usually the problem, or at least the problem that comes about. But I usually like to start from the front of the piece towards the tightest molding of the piece. I have a little bit of glue smearing out, but that's totally fine. When I hold this and let it dry, I'm making sure that it's relatively flat and not kind of pushed together like this at all. It's got to be as flat as it can be. And it's okay that this piece looks really wonky compared to what it's going to be like on the BF109. We're just letting it dry like this so we can then mold it a little bit tighter later. You can also go back in and get any glue smears on that seam. Just saves a little bit more weight. Once that's all dry, I'm going to go ahead and just take it to the table. Just slowly bring it to the rough shape that it's going to be. Do that for each side. Now it looks a little better, but don't worry, the formers are going to give it the correct shape. What I'm doing here is I'm just doing a test fit. See how this goes together. Just trying to get a good feel. I'm seeing that pops up right there, so I'm going to have to put some tape there. The best way I found to do this is just take some tape and I'm going to put it roughly along this whole edge. Just kind of fold it up back like that. Same thing for the other side. Then all we're going to do is we're just going to slide this tail section on like that. Obviously it'll be a better fit, but that's just a pretty rough fit. Now what we're going to do for gluing wise is I'm going to put glue along here and on the sides of here. And I'm actually going to go back on the other piece and put a little bit of glue on these sides here, but not the bottom. And you notice that I also didn't say the bottom for here. We're going to let that just kind of be open, and then once we're done with this, we're going to go in and drizzle some glue in there to keep it tight. So, with that, I think let's see here, we could put glue on the actual box first. So obviously remember that you have push rods here to work with. So make sure to put the push rods through the molded piece over here. Glue right there. Also along the top, then along the side. You don't need that much glue or else it'll start dripping. Just enough to make a good solid joint. Put that down, but work quick, and you're going to put glue along the edge here along with that inside back of the cockpit spot. And still managing to work a little quick. We'll get that muscle memory from before and slide it on. We're really going to make sure that middle mark lines up with the top middle mark of that former. And go ahead and just do that muscle memory, make sure everything lines up. Okay, we get a little down low on one side. I'm going to keep kind of move it while the glue's still working. Once I find that right line, I'm going to hold it tight with the tape. Same thing for the other side. This one looks pretty good. Bam. So always make sure that little center mark is lined there. And this is the way I'm holding it with my hands. I'm just kind of holding the top two sides of that cockpit former along with the sides of the fuselage. And go ahead and simply wait for that to dry. Once that's done, you're going to notice that it should be looking pretty good, but the bottom is obviously not glued. Should look something like that right now. We're really just going to press this down like such by drizzling some glue with the help of gravity down in that gap there. Along with, you can, but I don't really recommend it because it kind of ruins some of the lines sometimes. If you look down there, you see some of the sides aren't actually glued on. That's fine. It's okay if it's not. But what you can do is you can drizzle some glue, once again with gravity from above, and then just kind of hold it together. But I found that sometimes without the former here, it's kind of hard to get a perfect fit. So if you're willing, you could do that later when you put the next molded piece on behind this. But that's a lot to do, I gotta be honest, and I don't think it's that needed on this design. But to make sure this back section is down, we're gonna make sure we still have tape on this seam. We didn't take it off. And I'm simply just going to, I'm sorry there's no camera angle, but I'll show you what I'm doing here. Just kind of using gravity. There's not really right or wrong amount of glue, just enough to kind of get on that piece. I don't know if there's a shot, but that's as close as I can get. I'm literally just going to either probably take it to the table's edge or just use my hand, either one. Kind of like to use my hand because I can kind of see the angle. And I'm just going to hold it in place. You can also kind of make sure it's centered along that middle piece right there. Make sure it's not left or right or offset. With that now dried, you can kind of see from the side view that by gluing down that bottom there, it really kind of makes that nice BF109 curve from the bottom of the wing into the fuselage. It makes it look like it shouldn't be foamboard, or it shouldn't really be there, but it's a really cool curve that the BF109 has, and I really wanted to accentuate it in this build. But with that, let's move on to the next section. With molded piece number 9 now done, let's go ahead and move on to molded piece number 10. For molded piece number 10, we're going to need our 2 eye formers, along with these 2 little rectangular eye pieces. We're going to put these off to the side, as we're going to go ahead and glue these 2 eye formers together. Make sure to keep them aligned and not twisted around. You want to see both of the eyes from one angle as you glue it, so that way both of these holes for the servos and control rods go through. So we're going to do that and glue it together. Just stay away from those holes. Then we're going to take the 2 eye rectangular pieces. We're just going to put a drop of glue in the middle of these 2 eye formers. We're going to place these just like that, about as middle as we can, but nothing to stress over. Same thing for the other side. Then we'll take our barbecue skewer and go ahead and open these up again. Now let's set this off to the side and work on our molded piece. For this, we're going to flip this over to the side where we it's a little bit less clean cuts because this is the back side of the foam. Peel off the paper. Then we're going to go ahead and mold this. This is going to be curved all around, so just do the best job. And I have a tip for you once you're done molding, so let's get to it. So obviously with this piece, we're going to want to close it off. The best way to do that, because it's hard to mold that tight, we're going to use that trick with the table again, where you put it flat, and you work it to get it to curve really tight. This is really going to help with the gluing process and make it a lot easier. That's how much it's gone and worked better than the other side. Let's do the other side now. Now you'll see that when we bring this together, that we can pretty much bring it right together. Now we're going to go ahead and take some tape again and put it all along one of these sides. So with all of our tape on now, we can go ahead and just lift this off a little bit so we have a little bit of way to see the seam line as we bring these two pieces together, or the two sides together. And we're just going to practice this without any glue. Just see how well this is going to curl back in on itself. Sometimes you could change your grip by maybe favoring the tighter section. But I like the other way more. Just all personal preference. So what we'll do is we'll have it pretty good at the bottom of this piece over here. And then obviously the bottom is still open. But we're going to slowly make our way down this line and bring these together with glue. You could try to do it all in one swoop, but you need two hands to be able to put the tape on anyway. So this is just the way to make it look clean and come together. Now if glue comes out, that's totally okay. It's easier to take it off later rather than trying to smear it on. But we're trying to make the glue go back into the middle of this molded piece rather than coming out of that gap that we're going to make. When I glue this, I'm going to start off at the top here, making sure that they are both perfectly lining up. And always favor the one side going over the other. Just going to make our way down this line, slowly putting everything together. I see some glue come out, but that's okay. In a sense, it's actually a good thing because we can just see that the glue is making its way all the way to the paper, which is really where the weakest part is of this gluing process. By doing this, we really make sure that the glue goes all the way to where it needs to be. Just make sure to hold it flat and don't try to curve it after this. You can try and compress these together to make it look a little bit less shape. Or because, in other words, what I'm trying to say is this from right here is going to be this shape. But just let it dry this way and it'll be a lot easier in the end. Now while that's drying, we're going to take our barbecue skewers, and if you have tape over them, you could probably lift them off, but there should be a spot right here and here on the other side of the piece where our coffee stirrers and our push rods are going to come out of. I'm going to put these in at a pretty extreme angle. But first I just poke it like that, get it open. And I'm going to take my barbecue skewer and really go at this angle inward to the plane. Just open up this gap here. And I'm already that much through, which is fine. I'm just kind of making this gap open up a little bit so it'll be easier to put a coffee stirrer through. Same thing for the other side. Just don't poke all the way through the other side of the plane. Now that our glue's done drying, we can go ahead and sort of mold this to the shape we want it to be. In other words, make it a little taller. And from there we can go ahead and take our eye former. Just see how it fits in this gap. Should be a pretty tight squeeze. Okay, once we're done with the test fit, see there, it looks pretty good. We're going to take this out. Now we're going to bring over our fuselage again. We're going to guide these wires through those holes we just made with the barbecue skewers. So I'll show you what we're trying to do here. Now the left coffee stirrer, or one of these is going to be for the rudder, one of these is going to be for the elevator. This side is going to correspond with that side, and this side is going to correspond with this side, which I believe this one goes to the elevator, or no, sorry, this one goes to the rudder, and this one goes to the elevator. And it's the same for these holes. They should be one to the left and one to the right. So I'm just going to do it how it is, where the left side is going to go through this left hole here on this piece. I'm sorry, what we're going to do first actually is put on this eye former. Put these through here. And just put them on the coffee stirrers just like that, so we know where they go. And we're going to slot these in the gap that they should go. That's probably the most finicky part of the build. But once we have that, we're a little golden. You see there, they slot through. They go through those gaps. Next, we're just going to be able to slide this former, this number 10 molded piece onto this eye former. Let's do a little test fit. And from there, we can even see how it test fits in here. No, let's go ahead and glue it first. That'll make it easier. So to do this, I'm using the I'm going to put glue on the molded piece here and just slide that onto this former. And the nice thing is we can really rotate this molded piece as much as we want, and those push rods will still stay in those slots. So I'm going to rotate it as much as I can from one side to start. I'll try and give you the best camera angle for this. I'm just going to go around the world on that edge of the molded piece. Try not to glue the coffee stirrers, which is why we're doing it this way. There, once we get a little bit, or go all the way around, I'm going to go ahead and put some glue on the sides of these little eye rectangles. Just one on each side. Let gravity be your friend and drop that glue down as well. Slide this on to this piece here. Make sure once you get it on there that you check the bottom and the top to make sure that they are both centered with the former. Once that's done drying, we can go ahead and test fit and see how this slots in the gap here. I have to use a little bit of leverage from your body to do this. So now with this one, I'm just going to hold the plane upside down like this. And as I hold this, I'm going to watch these coffee stirrers as they come down and fall down. I'll give you a better angle here. So I'm going to hold it upside down and put as much glue as I can without gluing those coffee stirrers. And then I'm going to flip the plane back over and make sure when I flip this over, I'm going to hold these in the middle. Then I'll let them rest and then glue where I can here. And also put a little bit of glue on those eye rectangles as we slide it in. It's okay if you get a little glue on the coffee stirrers. You just don't want too much. Go Go ahead and slide it on. Hold it in place. Now we can go ahead and attach this fuselage to the wing. So with the back tail section now complete, we'll go ahead and attach the fuselage to the wings. And we're going to do this before installing the tail, just so that way we know that if the fuselage is a little twisted or off, we can make the tail parallel with the wings. So we'll have good flight performance. But the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and open up our hatch here, along with, for the wings, taking off the tape here for their Y harness, or your flaps Y harnesses if you have those as well. And we're just going to roughly attach the wing by just simply setting it on here and putting the wire through this gap to get this out of the way. Now we're going to slide the wing on like this and back into it. And you can do a test fit, which we'll do here. See here? Just kind of slides in and then snaps into place. Just look at both sides, and it's okay if it's not perfect for this one because obviously we haven't glued it yet. Mine looks pretty good. And it should be perfectly centered, but if it's not, you can do a little bit of adjusting. The next thing we're going to do is go ahead and take some tape and put them over these back push rods, just so you know that they're there. Sometimes they can get in the way or you accidentally poke into them. So I'll go ahead and take this wing off. Just be a little careful because those front notches should keep it in there pretty good. But you're going to have to apply some pressure right here with your thumb to bring that down on each side. Kind of see if it comes off of those notches. This is how we know it's a good fit. Once we know it's a good fit, we're going to go ahead and put glue along the surfaces that are going to be each side of this number 6 molded piece, along with the number 9 molded piece, and along this gap here, along these formers, and then also a little bit underneath this number 5 molded piece here, just as much as we can, but not too much. Gotta move a little quick with this one. And don't worry about it spilling off the sides or anything, because we're going to go ahead and back and put in our what's it called? Our wing fairings over this. Guide that Y harness wire through. Check the alignment from the bottom real quick. Looks pretty good. And just hold this flat on the table. Put equal pressure on both sides. With that glued on now, we can go ahead and put some more glue on the outside here and take a scrap piece of foam and scrape it along the side just to really attach this glue and make it a strong joint. Now this is going to be underneath the wing fairing, so no one's going to see this. I'm just going to put it from about here all the way to the trailing edge. And let's do that for the other side. From here we can go ahead and attach our vertical and horizontal stabilizers. Before we go ahead and put on our vertical and horizontal stabilizers, we're going to go ahead and prep them before we put them on. So we're going to take a ruler and open up these gaps. Then we can bring them to a sharp corner. Put them roughly along that line the best you can. And then snap it open. Do the same thing for the rudder and the vertical stab. Now we can go ahead and bevel these. We're going to bevel the actual control surface in this case. When you get to this part of the rudder, just go up to about that point. You can just cut that off. Then we're actually going to go ahead and do this just a tiny bit of this section too, very shallow bevel. Just about that much. I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing for the elevator. Do it on the control surface. Here we're going to do a little tiny, well actually no. We're going to do a little tiny bit of these counterbalances as well. And just do a normal bevel on the elevator. Once we have those both done, we can go ahead and put them together. Open up this rudder. Notch in the elevator. You can even pinch those a little bit to make it a little easier. That fits pretty good. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a little piece of tape and just put this together up in the front here. Eventually we'll glue this, but I just want to know that it's the same spot. Now we're going to bring our triangle back. I'm going to use this on one of these sides down here. I'll just say this side. I'm going to put glue along the other side. Get ready to smear the glue here. So you have the glue just like that. I'm holding it 90 degrees. Make sure your elevator isn't flopping around like that. Hold it back on the other side like that. And once you've done that, make sure to smear the glue. And we're just going to hold this until it dries. Once that's done drying, I'm going to go ahead and do the top on this side and the top on this side. Staying away from that elevator. You can even have a little piece of tape just put it on the hinge line, just so you know where it's at, so you shouldn't glue it. And when I smear this away, I'm going to smear towards the front of this rudder rather than trying to smear back towards that elevator. Just make sure to hold that elevator straight. Once that's all dry, we can go ahead and take this tape off here, along with the elevator. Then we can go ahead and glue that last side. Once this is done drying, we can go ahead and open up the slots in the rudder and elevator. Just while it's here, it's easier. Now we go ahead and bring back our, we're going to go ahead and put tape on these so they'll be straight. In other words, just put a little bit of tape on the counterbalances so that way they stay straight. Now we can go ahead and bring back our fuselage and I guess whole plane now. Now what we're going to do is we're going to cut this slot out on the tail here. What you have to do is remember that this is going to be compressed together like this in the end. So I'm really going to make sure that this knife is straight up and not parallel to the surface. So we'll do it like so. I'm just going to notch that out. Clean it up if it's a little messy. We're also going to not forget, maybe peel back the tape a little bit here and get this little notch out on the side. This one can be parallel to the surface. There, go ahead and bring back our tail. And just see how this fits in this little gap. That looks pretty good. Now, as I'm going to glue this, as you can see here, I can't tell from my angle, but it looks relatively straight. It looks a little crooked. So as I'm going to glue this, I'm going to watch from the back here. Just line up that rudder perfectly parallel with the wings, or the elevator and rudder, I guess. And obviously make sure this elevator is going to be down flat, because if we have it like this, we're going to have a little bit of deflection in the elevator. So make sure it is flat against that bottom piece of foam. Then we're just going to hold it until it dries, basically at the right angle. And to glue it, I guess we can do two things here. We're going to first put glue along the inside of this gap, and then when we get to it, we can put glue on the bottom of this rudder here. I like to do the side first. Do it on each side. I'm going to bead a glue on that bottom. Obviously slide it all the way forward and all the way up. And just press on each side. Just make sure that's going to be parallel with those wings. So once this is glued, it's going to be looking like a BF109 right now. But if you can see, it's still a little off for me. So what we can go ahead and do is actually take our barbecue skewers, and we're going to level it even more. And I'll show you what I mean by that. So we're going to take this little hole right here, just kind of open it up, and then I think right here about here, we can take off the tape on this piece. You obviously see two holes where one's going to be for the, or this is going to be for the elevator supports on the real BF109. I'm going to poke this in at about that angle. Just kind of open it. Make sure to not go through the other side. Take the larger side and just open it up. And I'm going to poke this barbecue skewer in here. I'm just going to mark it. But I will note too that, let's see, so for me, this is the side that's more up than the other side. So I'm going to favor cutting it longer than shorter. I'm just going to mark. It's got to go in there a little bit, so we'll say, actually I'll favor a little shorter on this side. And I'll bring back the other barbecue skewer, so we have two of them. And I'll drop it down here, take my knife, and mark it where it should be cut. kind of roll it back and forth for a second. Now I know where it's supposed to be cut. Find that line. We're doing this because we want both sides of the barbecue skewer to be squared off and not pointed. Once it gets to a point, you can just snap it. See here, we can just kind of force this way into that slot. Also kind of force its way into here. And then we'll do the other side and not glue it, so that way if we know the elevator is still out of whack, we can still adjust it. Actually, what we can also do, which makes it a little easier, is just simply use the same reference on the other side, or as the other side. And it should, in theory, be the same, or be an equal length. Or in other words, it'll be the same length on each side, which should make it parallel to the wings. As you can see there, with just friction fit, it seemed to help it a little bit, but I'm just going to glue it to where it's even better. We'll adjust it a little bit here. Then I'm going to go back and cut a slightly bigger barbecue skewer. So now, once that's done, go ahead and do one side at a time. Simply putting glue in one dot, also in the other. Get a little spin. Now I'm just going to hold the elevator parallel with the wings. Now let's go ahead and do the same thing for the other side. Now let's go ahead and install our control horns. First we're going to make sure that our servos are centered, and it's going to be the same process as on the ailerons. We're going to bring back our two control horns. Go ahead and notch this in. Just make sure that those lines are right over the hinge. Go back and I'm going to make a mark on the inside. Do our Z-bend. Obviously do the same thing for the rudder. Once we have our tail all on here, we're going to go ahead and move on to do the cockpit. For the cockpit, the pieces we're going to need are going to be number 7 and 8 molded pieces. These are going to consist of the only 2 pieces we need for the cockpit. The first thing we're going to go ahead and do is actually prepare them. And what we're going to do that is we're going to peel off the paper on this number 7 molded piece, only in this middle region here. Right in that one spot. Because this is the only spot that's really going to curve. We're eventually going to take all the paper off, but these sides and windows are all flat. So with this being the only one that curves, it's just going to make it easier in the long run to keep these flat windows to be flat and the only curved piece to curve. So we can put this off to the side and bring over a number 8 piece. We're now going to take off the paper in either all or just this area, which I'll show you. Now I left the paper on here in these two little triangle pieces because this is where we're going to do those 45-degree bevel things. We did these on the shoulders of the number 9 molded piece, and we're going to do the same thing here. So as long as you hold your knife at a 45-degree angle, and just follow that line, go ahead and do it on each side here. Notice that as long as you hold 45 degrees, you shouldn't go through the other side, and it'll make a nice corner where this will make a shoulder on this molded piece. Do it over here. From here we're going to go ahead and make some bevels. We're going to do a very shallow bevel on this line here, but not in the middle. We're going to do a shallow bevel over here on the other side. It's okay if you accidentally did a bevel here. It's just not optimal, but it's okay if you did. For this back edge, we're going to do a rather deeper bevel. All the way across. So now besides some molding, this piece is all prepped. So we're going to put this off to the side and go ahead and prepare the other piece. So from here there's going to be a lot of intricate beveling. But the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and crack open all of these areas, including even here and here. What this does is it makes a nice little crease in the back side, excuse me, the back side of the piece, which will look better when the finished plane. Now from here, we're going to go ahead and put a bevel up. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and put a bevel along this edge here. The best way to do that is it's kind of awkward to hold, but do as I do here. We're going to do a deep bevel on this front windshield. Always be mindful of your fingers. Just like that. Same thing on the other side. So that's what that should look like. And then we're going to go ahead and do the same thing on this leading edge of this middle piece here, but not as deep of a bevel. A lot of times you gotta fold these around and see what's the easiest way to hold this. From here, we're gonna go ahead and do a bevel, nice 45-degree bevel along this edge here, and then go into this open section here. Same thing on the other side. I'm going to start from over here though. Now we're going to do the same bevels, but except on this edge here. Same thing on this side. From here, we're going to go ahead and put a small bevel on the back side of this triangle, and just this triangle on the other side. Same thing over here. So when you're all said and done, your piece should be prepared just like this. I'll put that flat. Now what we can do is go ahead and mold this little section. And this one, what I honestly might just do is bring it down to the table, bring up this front piece, and just kind of curve it like so to get that mold. We really want most of the curving to happen on this front part rather than this back side here. So by doing this is really all we need. And that's perfect. From here, what we're going to go ahead and do is bring all the stuff together, and we're going to put glue in inside this edge and hold that closed. You could use tape, but I like to just kind of watch it as it dries, just so I know it's in the right spot. Now you're notice this could move a lot like this. We're going to go ahead and put glue in these gaps later to hold it strong. To do this, Doesn't really matter which side. Just like to put glue right here. I'll get a better camera angle in a sec. Just like that. Bring this together here. Just line up each paper edge to the other paper edge. I usually like to bring it past where it's supposed to go, and then that way the glue kind of joins together. Then I bring it back to where it should be. Just let it dry. Once the side's dry, we're going to do the same thing for the other side. Doesn't matter which side you put the hot glue on. With all that dry now, we can go ahead and take a piece of tape, just like that. I'm just going to put it along these two seams, just so when we go ahead and glue this, it's most likely not going to come apart, just like that. We can also go ahead and peel off all the paper on the inside here, because we know that it's not going to curve now. For these little ones, I just take a knife, just kind of get a corner up, and just take it out. We're going to eventually bring it over to the plane and hold it on in the right spot, because we don't want this to be tilted over to the side or not. So we're going to hold it with, we're going to put glue in these little seams here, and then put it on the plane and make sure it's in the right spot, and then go ahead and glue it onto the plane itself. But we'll put this off to the side, and we can go ahead and just prep the other piece now, which we've already mostly done. All we have to do is just mold it. Now I'm going to focus mainly the molding attention on this back edge rather than these front straight edges. There's not a lot of curves there, just where the shoulder happens. But we can just kind of start that by just kind of bringing those together and just seeing what happens. So that's what that looks like when we do a little bit of molding on the back. Just putting only the pressure on the back edge. Then we bring it again. That's what we're going to want to see. So with that, we can go ahead and bring our fuselage over. And then we're going to go ahead and take our cockpit here and just kind of press fit it and see how it fits. It should be able to not go forward or backward based on how tight of a fit it is. But make sure that it's right in this corner here. I'm just checking each side, obviously, to make sure that it lines up. And this looks pretty good. So once I do that, make sure I have a scrap piece of foam ready. I'm going to put glue in the seam here, along with the sides here. This is just going to really make the model last. And when you're out in the field one day and you just randomly happen to pick it up by the cockpit or someone grabs it, it's going to make it that much stronger in case they accidentally do that. Smear your glue. Make sure for this step you don't have too much glue sitting right here. If you do that, it might glue to the plane, but it's okay because we're eventually going to put glue there anyway. You might glue down the cockpit preemptively. And just bring it down here. Then look from the center of the plane and just make sure everything looks symmetrical. So, once we know it's dry, we can go ahead and you could either just do this. I'm going to do it by holding it because I really like my cockpits to come out clean. But you could put a piece of tape here and then hold this off or hold this down. I'm going to make sure it lines up on one side, lines up on the other side. Once I know it fits well, go ahead and put glue along both edges here. Not too much, just enough to bring the pieces together. Also on this front cockpit section. Then obviously bring it back and do the same thing we were doing before. Line up one side, make sure the paper goes over top of it. With this technique, you shouldn't have too much glue smearing out, so obviously hold it symmetrical in case it's not already symmetrical. From here we're going to go ahead and bring back our number 8 molded piece again. what we're going to do is we're going to just kind of tack it down in the middle and the top here, connecting both the middle hash on the top of the cockpit and the top hash on the number 9 molded piece. Just going to see how this fits. My shoulders are a little off. That could be just for a little beveling issue. So if I'm being really picky here, I'm just going to take out some of the paper to make it want to crease a little bit further out. But it's okay if it's not perfect. Just bring that crease out. Bring this down here. If it's not a perfect fit, or if these dots aren't lined up perfectly, just go based off of the cockpit center mark, because that one will look the best in the end. Bring that down. And it's kind of a weird fit, because you can see it flares out right here. So we're going to actually push that down as we go to glue that. I'm just making sure without glue that it's going to fit together. It looks pretty good. It is a weird cockpit on the 109. It's like it's all flat along the top here, then the side kind of bows back in like that. That's obviously an extreme, but you can tell what I'm saying. Just gives the cockpit some better visibility. Now to glue this, take some tape, just enough to put this front part of the cockpit down. I'll put glue right in the center here, so I can still see that reference mark. I'm going to line up the two reference marks. Doesn't matter really which way the paper goes over, but I'm putting the number 8 over the number 7. Line those up and then tape that down. Then I'm going to go ahead and put glue along the number 7 molded piece. It's okay if it drips there. Just be mindful of it. I'm going to put a dot of glue on the number 9 molded piece in this area back here, or even a little tiny bit on the actual piece itself. Sometimes the glue likes to do its own thing. We're just tacking it in place here. And just let that dry. With that dried, I'm going to go ahead and bring these flaps out a little bit, just as much as we can for gluing purposes. And then I'm going to test fit by bringing this down. You can see it naturally wants to go to that shape, which is by design. We're going to bring this forward until it meets that cockpit's edge. This is going to make that really unique shape to the BF109's cockpit. So once I have that and I know it's good, I'm going to put glue along the cockpit or number 7 molded piece and the number 9 molded piece here. I'll do that and show you what it looks like. You don't need that much glue, more towards the bottom. You really just need glue down here to keep it in place because it's kind of hard to get glue up top here and everything. So you can see that's really just how much glue I used, not that much. And just bring this down, bring that into place. And once again, you could use tape here to hold this down, but I like to just kind of watch it and hold it, so that way I know it dries in the right spot. Once that's done drying, I'm going to go ahead and put tape back on that seam just to make sure that it doesn't come out. In fact, that whole corner, just to make sure. I'm going to go ahead and do the same thing for the other side. We're going to go ahead and let our cockpit continue drying and leave the tape on. We're going to go ahead and do the hatch intake on the side. For our hatch, we're going to need these two pieces. If you notice in your kit, there's actually going to be 2 of these. There's just some intricate beveling where it's easy to mess up and pull off this piece, so I figured I'd just add 2 of them just in case you mess up. We're also going to need this wooden piece here for support, or actually to go into our hatch, but we'll put that off to the side for now as we go ahead and bevel this. We're going to go ahead and take the paper off, and everywhere but the middle here. I guess except in this area as well. But we can also take paper off in this little trapezoid triangle piece, whatever you want to call it. So your piece should look like that. We'll go ahead and open up all these. So it should open up on these 4 spots around that square. And the first bevel we're going to do is this one right here. This is simply to the paper is a reference mark of where and how much it should be beveled. Just line your knife up. Just be careful of your fingers here. Either use a sawing motion or just bevel. Crack it off like that so it goes right to that piece of paper. Right on the other side, we're going to do a bevel in just the paper area. Try to stay away from these, but it's okay if you do, or these little side pieces, but it's alright if you do. Just always be mindful of your fingers here. It's going to be a relatively deep bevel. Now what we're going to do is we're going to bevel the other side of this square here. A nice 45-degree angle here. Also continue that onto this section here, going all the way back. That way it should look something like this. Hold on. Just like that. And we're going to mirror that by doing the same thing on the other side. So always be careful of your fingers again. And we're going to fold this part back here. We're going to do a bevel on this triangle section here. Just another 45-degree angle bevel. Then we're going to fold this back. We're going to do a 45-degree angle bevel on this section here of the side section, if you want to call it that. Just like that. Same thing for the other side. Now we're going to open up this side over here and do a bevel, 45-degree angle bevel here. Same thing over here. And this is what your piece should look like when it's all said and done. So you take a moment to pause it. Just make sure your piece looks just like this. Now from here what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and mold these curved pieces out here. It's very light molding. Just these 3 sections, these 3 tridents you can say. And these are all going to come together. And we're going to glue them as such. Now I just like to glue up until around this area right here and not the tip. We'll just keep it, because if you notice here when I put them together with my fingers, the tip doesn't want to close, so it'll be hard to balance that all at once. So we're just going to focus on one section at a time. Sometimes the glue won't stick to here because there's such extreme bevels. So when we do this, we're going to really make sure that the glue is going to adhere to it. So as you make sure that the line looks good from the outside, look on the inside and make sure that that glue is touching foam to foam. And then just hold this until it dries. Do the same thing for the other side now, where we test fit it, see how it fits, and put some glue on it. It doesn't really matter which side, just as long as you don't go towards the tip area. Once that's dry, what I like to go ahead and do is actually take off the paper of that middle square there. And also back here, just to save that little bit of weight, to make this plane as light as it is. Now what we're going to do is just put a drop of glue in the back here, and I'm going to close these together to close up that point. And I mean a drop of glue, I literally mean just filling this whole area with glue practically. And then holding that together and then smearing away a lot of that glue, because no glue gun is that precise. And just holding that together with your fingers, being careful of the heat. And just making that point a point. Next we can bring this flap and fold it back onto itself here. You notice that it should sit pretty flush. Like it's really hard to take it out. Now I'm going to even just crush this down just a little bit, just to make it a little more space. You notice that I don't like to fit a little bit. So I'm just taking my ruler or pencil or anything really, just kind of steamrolling it. And now if we take this to the table, it sits pretty flat. Now we just got to put some glue in there. So I'm just going to put glue. What first we're going to do to be safe is put some tape on the back side of this to prevent it from any of you from having this from coming open. However, I'm making these flare out towards the bottom, so that way when we go and put this on the table, we can make sure it's flat. I'm just going to put glue right in the middle of this thing. Just as such. Fold this back. And I'll put it on the table. Constantly moving it just to make sure it doesn't get glued to the table. Once that's all glued, we're going to bring back this wooden piece. And it's either going to fit perfectly or you're going to have to open it up a little bit more. We're going to slot this in here. And now with this piece, you're going to want to make this flush with the piece here. What I mean by that is if I just put it in here to show you, sometimes the front of this doesn't want to go down because there's a lot of foam there and glue. It should look something like this, where the wood in the middle there is flush with the foam paper of this section here. You don't want to have it be too low, and you don't want to have it sticking out at all like that. And obviously to glue it, we're just going to put some glue in this gap. Slot it in. Make sure it is flush. Smear any glue that's extra. Make sure that if you have any really big glue globs in this area, just to get rid of them. You can also at this time go ahead and take off the paper here. Bring back over our plane. And test this out by notching it or sliding it into the hatch here. There we go. For me, that looks pretty good. If it's a tight fit, you might have to open up these with a barbecue skewer again, but mine fit pretty good. Another thing is if this gets loose after a while, one thing you could do is you could put glue on both of these, and then quickly take a scrap piece of foam and rub it off real quick, and that'll give it kind of a rubbery feel, so it'll really want to stay in place. But that looks good. Let's go ahead and move on to the wing fairings along with the gun port slots right there. These are the pieces that we're going to need for the gun ports and the wing fairings. Now there is going to be a right and a left, and there's also going to be 2 of each of these in the kit. So that way, if you mess up on sanding, or one big problem that will happen is when we go to sand it, if you can imagine this is a thinner edge here, if you go back this way, you're going to crinkle that whole paper on the other side. So I just gave you 2 in the kit, so in case that happens, and it'll look still, you could get another clean one out of it, and learn from your mistake. But we're simply going to need these here. And there is a right and a left, but they're really just mirrored. So in theory, you could use either side, but there's a really clean edge where the laser actually shoots down first, and there's also a back side of the foam, which is a little bit of a more burnt edge, you could say. So it's just the thing of having a really nice cut line, or like a nice clean line, which is why I have left and right. But to start off with these, we're gonna eventually sand all of them. So what we're gonna do first is take off the paper on the back side of all of them. Once we've done that, we're going to go ahead and bevel as deep as we can, but obviously we're going to sand it, so don't hurt yourself over it. But just basically on all sides except for the back. And I'll show you what that looks like here in just a second. So for the one wing fairing, we're also going to want to do a little bit of the back here. But overall, the bevels should look something like that. And if they're a little less, that's okay. You're just going to have more time to sand. And as for the gun ports, we're almost going to want these to be paper practically. But the foam gives it a little bit extra strength and allows it to curve the way we want a little easier. And the gun port, this is the sanded side, or the side we're going to sand right here. You might be wondering, that's pretty shallow. The reason why we're going to sand it though is because the sanding will just give it a nice smooth transition rather than being a nice fine line here. Which will just make it look cleaner in the end. Go ahead and do the same thing for the other side here. Once we've sanded each side, we're going to take our sandpaper and bring it to about a table's edge, but it doesn't have to be. You either just do this on your table, depending on how nice your table is. And always remember to go from the middle outward. So basically just hold one hand on each, or a hand on one side, and always go towards that pointy, thin edge. Once it gets thin enough on the one side, just switch sides. Always going from the middle outward. So that's what it looks like for the one side. I'll show you what it looks like for the gun port. I'm pretty much going to only hold this from the front pointy section, because there's really not much that we have to do on this one. In fact, I even talk through it as it's so short, which is already done, and it's about that much. So we're going to go ahead and just do that for the other sides. With both of those sanded, let's go ahead and bring our plane over to put them on the plane. The first molded piece that we're going to put on for these ones is going to be the gun ports, because they're a little easier and gets the feel of the inverse curve, so we can do a little better job on the wing fairings. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to cut these open. We're going to do it in a very specific way. This back dash and also this obviously open curve right here, we're going to cut parallel to the surface of the foam, just by cutting it out like that. Go ahead and do that for each side. Just those back ones. And now for these other ones here, obviously to this point, we're going to hold it at just a little bit of an angle to give the glue a little bit more something to hold on to. I'll show you what I mean by that in a second here. Something a little bit like that. So now when we find our corresponding gun port. Now the way to check which one's left and right is you're going to notice that they do look very similar, but one of these little points is going to be sticking out further back. The point that goes further back is going to be the inside one. So this one is going to go on this side of the plane. This one's going to go over here. Now what I like to do is first find something round, like a pencil that's rounded or something. Make sure it doesn't have any ridges in it, not like a hexagon pencil or anything, but just very round. I'm just going to slowly kind of work it into this shape. In this case, I'm using my X-Acto knife. Just give it a little bit of that inverse curve. And with this, really take your time, because if it will crinkle if you don't do that. This is like obviously a tighter inverse curve, so you can use something really shallow like this pen. Once it's done, you go ahead and take this, line up that front point around the front spot, see where it fits in here. Once that's all a good fit like that, might even bring it a little more forward. There's no real wrong spot for this. That looks pretty good. I'm just going to go ahead and put glue in here, but very light amount of glue. So you don't want it to smear out. I'll do it to a certain point, then put it on the bottom and top. It's not very structural, and more glue you have here is just more weight. Now I'm trying to bring it from the front to back to slide it in place. Find that front spot, just press it down to where each of these points right here are flush with the molded piece. Now let's go ahead and do the same thing for the other side. With those gun ports done, we can now go ahead and move on to the wing fairings. Now I usually like to do, I guess, the left side of the plane first. Now, what you're going to want to find is something like a PVC pipe. Because what you want to do is we're going to round this as well, but it's not going to be as tight of a curve. So we're going to go find a PVC pipe. So you're going to find something about this thickness, just in general, something round like this. I'm just going to take it, put it along here, just slowly mold it into that inverse curve. Really more of this back section here. It's really not too much, but once I know it's curved a little bit, I kind of just use my X-Acto blade or something a little sharper or a little more tighter curved. Just choose exactly where I want to inverse it a little more. And go ahead and test fit it on the airplane. Now, the hardest part with the wing fairings is finding out exactly where it should go and at what angle. The best way we found is to kind of sort of line it up in the front, make sure that that point's there. Now every wing fairing is different, so this one is going to be more vertical rather than horizontal. So I'm going to favor that. Line it up there in the front. Just roughly. Kind of work the back here to where it's going to be good. For me, I'm thinking this spot that I have it in right now is going to be best. I'm going to actually go to glue it again. Or hold on. Kind of mark it here, and then I'll take a pencil. And I'm holding it with one hand. Just very lightly tracing where that's going to line up on the plane. You can just use a little bit of reference marks and not a bunch if you want to. That's about as much reference marks as I need to put it on. Now I'm even going to stay away from gluing the front. I'm just going to glue the back first, because the front can kind of flap open a little bit like this, and I can put a little drop of glue to hold it in place. Obviously the fairing is going to stop around here. But I'm only going to put glue really around, obviously inside that line to there. You don't want to be right on the line. You want to be a little bit below it. Just try to line it up with the front again. Line up that back curve to match the swoosh of the fairing, you could say. See, that front part of the fairing isn't down, but I'm not worried about that right now. As long as it will line up there, I hold it flat, but I'm just making sure the back is all good. Now that the back is dry, we can go ahead and I'm going to show you what I mean here. I'm going to just use a barbecue skewer. And I'm going to open it up here. Just enough. Let's put a drop of glue at the front. Literally just a drop. You need a barbecue skewer to push it back on. That little bit of glue, I'll just smear that in. And I'll hold it there until it's dry. With this side done, we're going to go ahead and do the other side, which is going to be the exact same process. With our wing fairings now complete, let's go ahead and move on to the underside accessories of the plane, you could say. So here are all the pieces left that we have in the build. It's going to be the under radiator scoop, which is going to be like the front of the motor, you could say, or like in the front, along with the underside radiators, which will be underneath the wings, pieces right behind them, and then the pieces inside the radiators. We're just going to go from in to out to prepare these pieces for putting them on the plane. Let's start off with this piece here. We'll peel off the paper on the sides. We'll start off with that. I'm going to crack open this front and peel off that whole entire foam there. We're going to crack the back, but not take off the paper, or not take off the foam. We are going to take off the paper on it. We're going to sand to that area, or to that line here. Next what we're going to do is actually peel the paper off here as well. We're actually going to bevel. We actually crack these open first on the sides. And then be careful, there's a piece here, but we're going to bevel back as much as you can. I'll show you what we're going to do here in a second. But we're just going to take the paper and make a cool, clean, thin papered edge. So in other words, take this and wrap it onto itself. Make a really sharp paper edge here. Just like that. But before we do that, we're also going to bevel the side here just a little bit, very shallow. And also do that on each side. Along with beveling these sides here, we're going to bevel a deep bevel on this edge here. Same thing for the other side. Then we're going to do a little bit of a bevel on this edge here. This one you can kind of do just to start off until you get to this middle section as such. And this is just going to be like a 45-degree bevel. Do that all the way back. Same thing for the other side. And from here, what we're going to do is we're going to glue this back. So we're going to get a metal ruler, or really something that we don't have to use as our hands, to put hot glue in this area. And take the ruler or something flat and non-flammable, or not, or a little bit of heat resistant. Just going to hold that back until it dries. Once that's done drying, we can go ahead and open up this flap a little bit. This is going to be the angle that the radiator is open. You can make this any angle you want, but what I found looks best is using that much, a little bit of glue and smearing that in. It's just a little bit of a flare up, just about like that much. Really makes the plane pop from beneath. I'm going to go back and just touch it up. From here we can just kind of mold these side edges a little bit, especially the front. And then we're going to mold the back too. Then we can bring this to the table. And we're just going to imagine an angle like about this. Make sure it's even on both sides. But from your viewing angle, I'll hold it for you, we're going to make sure that these walls are both even and are not offset like this. We're going to hold them very equal. And the angle we want, I'll show you when I'm done gluing it here. Using that much glue. The angle that we're looking for is about that much of an angle. So, this is all glued and ready to be glued on the plane. But we're going to put this off to the side and just prepare the other pieces first. So for this piece here, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and open up these gaps and take out the paper here. One for the other side. What we're going to do from here is we're going to go ahead and peel off the paper in that region. Also take off the foam. And we're going to fold this back onto itself and also back over and make that a nice paper edge. Put a little bit of glue on the foam and a little bit on the foam at the top there. Just going to hold it on the edge of the table here for a few seconds. Once that's done, I'll bring over something metal and fold it back onto itself flat, like so. Next what we can do is we can go ahead and crack this open here, peel off the paper. We're going to do a deep bevel on the back here. And we're also going to set this to the right angle, but first what we're going to do is we're going to glue these sides up. To do that, just simply follow the diagram. They're going to be on the side. Go ahead and do the same thing for the other side. Now what we can do is go ahead and set the glue to the, or set those flaps to the right angle. So I'm just going to put a little bit of glue in that gap there, squeeze it together for a sec, and bring it back. I think just a little bit outward as well is what makes this look good. Just about that angle there. I'm just going to let that dry at that angle. Once this side is dry, go ahead and do the same exact thing to the other side. The next pieces we're going to work on is going to be these little tiny pieces, which you could just glue these in as is. But one thing I like to do is just bring them with a knife and cut a little V out of the middle here. Just like this. And then what we're going to do is we're going to glue this together. This makes it a really sharp point. This makes it just look that much more scale. You don't have to do this, but this is what I like to do. Now we're going to focus on these pieces here. And there's a front and a back to them. So peel off the paper on the back side. And now with these pieces, there's a very specific reference that I have that I couldn't make any other way, at least very easily. But see these little tab reference marks? It's this little part of the foam that kind of like notches out. That is for making sure that in the kit they don't fall out. But I also use it as a reference for where to sand and bevel to. So if you want to, you don't have to do this if you can just see it. You just take a pencil and look at that line and just connect the dots. And this will give you a good reference line for where to bevel or sand to. Now, you don't have to be exact with this, it just keeps it consistent and equal on both sides. But it's just a way to make it a little easier and more repeatable for you. See, I'm beveling just short of it. Because once we go to actually create this, you'll understand why we make this line. Go ahead and just bevel as much as you can here. Obviously you won't be able to reach that line from the back edge. And I guess just focusing on this one piece here, we're going to go ahead and sand down the back trailing edge, always going away. Just sand up to that line that we made. Be a little tough to hold, but it's worth it in the end. You can see here the line disappeared, but I only grazed it. But that's what you want the piece to look like in the end. I'm going to go do the other side, but once I'm done with that, I'll show you how to glue it on the plane. Let's go ahead and bring our plane over. And flip it upside down. We're first going to start with those pieces we were just sanding. First thing we're going to do is just going to mold them against the table, just a little bit. And then this front leading edge, what we're going to want to do is flip it upside down so the paper's over here. I'm touching the foam here. I'm just going to roll it like that. I'm just going to roll it about as tight as we can go, like that. Just kind of making it really curve back onto itself, because this will make it look good in the end. Because the way that this is going to sit, we're going to put tape on the edge here. And we're going to tape it to the edge between these reference marks. And the front is going to try and touch these marks, or as long as it's close enough, that'll be good. That's what we want it to look like. So to do that, I'm going to take some tape. Put it along the back side of this piece. Make sure it's on the trailing edge, in between those two reference marks. Put the tape down. Roll it over the top sheet. I'm just going to put glue all in this square. And just hold this piece down on those reference marks. This isn't crucial, it's just where they line up, where they should be to look scale. So don't hurt yourself over this, but it just looks cool. As you can see, I'm a little off in the reference mark, but that's totally okay. While that's drying, we can also take one of these little pieces and put it in the middle notch here. Just line it up straight. Put some glue on the bottom. And glue it down. And then for these two pieces here, it's foolproof as in which side you can put it on, because they have tabs in a way where they will only let you do it to the one side. So in this case, this side goes over here. That's going to slot in just like that. And all I'm going to do is put glue down on the open foam, but not on the tab, because that's not going to touch anything. And glue this in place. With this, we can now go ahead and do it to the other side. last thing left to do is going to be to put on this front intake. And the way we're going to do this is we're going to simply put it where it's supposed to be. And the line I'm looking for is to make sure that this front leading edge lines up perfectly with this cutout from above. Obviously make sure that your center reference marks are lined up as well. Once everything looks square, go ahead and put a little bit of glue on the edges of these here. Just a little bit. That's all we need. Make sure to hold the back down here because it makes the bow outward. And I guess the front too. Just hold that until it dries. With everything all dry and glued on now, we're going to wait to take the tape off because first what we're going to go ahead and do is put our electronics in and get that all divvied up. Okay, so now before we go ahead and put our electronics in, we're going to go ahead and take off all the tape on our plane. And we're going to do that very carefully, where we're always going to peel away from the seam. And what I mean by that, if you look back here on this aileron, I'm going to pull away to here and not keep pulling around. Go ahead and flip it on over. And then start from the other side. And that way no paper comes off on your plane. We're going to do that over every piece of tape on this entire plane, just to make sure no paper comes off. Okay, so once you've gone ahead and taken off all your tape, it's not only going to look a lot more presentable, but it's also going to obviously free up our control surfaces, so that once we go ahead and put our electronics in, we can go ahead and make sure that everything is going to move the right way when we program it into our transmitter. So let's go ahead and do that. Okay, for our electronics, we're going to have our 1180 kV brushless motor, a 35 amp ESC, a 1300 milliamp 3S battery, along with a 4-channel receiver or higher. That's all you need for this model. And the first thing we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and install our ESC into the airplane, because the way that this plane is designed is if you look underneath the plane here, there's going to be a great cooling vent, you could say, but it's also the intake on the BF109. And our ESC is going to sit right inside here and just get great cooling. Now to install that, I'm going to move this aside for a second. Keep our ESC handy. I'm going to open up this hatch. Got my wires, I'm going to tape them out of the way. And now what we're going to do is we're going to feed our ESC underneath this and out through the back here. And there's no right or wrong way to do this, except you'll make sure that you have these wires, which are going to be your battery, XT60 wire, and your servo wire, going to be pointing at the back, and your leads in the front. So all I'm going to do is just kind of feed this through the front here. Maybe just use my servo wire as my friend. And see if I can do it just by pushing it. But if not, see, I think it probably is coming out the bottom, as it is. I'm going to feed it back through. You can see here. And it came out again, but that's no worries. So I have it sitting roughly like that. I'm going to put my wire down in the back here, put it back in. I'm kind of looking from above. You can see here, if I can pull this through. Kind of see it vaguely there. But if not, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it upside down. and use gravity as my friend to kind of just, or straighten out the wire as well. You could do that. And feed this into the slot. You can see here, try and show it on the camera. I'll show it on this one. You kind of see how there's a gap there and I'm feeding it through. I'm pushing the wire back and down like so. And when I flip it back over, you'll see that that wire is now going through to the other side. Just like that. I'll hold this up, and I'll use this to kind of pull it through. Just making sure everything sits right. Doesn't matter if your ESC is this way or if it's this way. Just personal preference. Might have to do the same thing with that XT60 connector as well. I see if I look from the bottom, you can see it's getting a little bit stuck, but that's no problem. You can also take a barbecue skewer and kind of feed it through like so. Just kind of pushing it. Or if you have needle nose pliers, you could do that as well. You can see at some point, I'm just going to come out the back here. Going to keep feeding it through. And it gets to here, and that's about what you want. So obviously I'm going to take these wires, I'm going to put this, actually I'm just going to go ahead and take my receiver and plug this into the first port, because on Spectrum, which is what I'm using, that is the throttle. Put to the side. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my motor mount, which will be the next step. I'm just going to choose, well, I'm going to have these wires hanging on the bottom here, just for future reference. I'm just going to plug these 3 wires into any 3 leads, because if you know on a brushless motor, you can just swap any one of these if your motor is spinning the wrong way, and it'll fix that problem. I'm just going to choose any 3 here. I can either keep pushing these wires back down on the bottom if you want, or just kind of make them sit down there. We just kind of want them out of the way of when we put this power pod in for the first time. Once you have them in a relatively okay spot, that's fine for right now. We can move them later. Go ahead and take my power pod and make sure the wires are once again out of the way. Pull the motor a little bit. Make sure everything else is out of the way back here. I'll take my motor pod, my power pod, drop it down, align it with the alignment tabs, and it should snap in place just like so. And that is going to be basically how we have all of our electronics inside this plane, minus the battery, which we'll get some Velcro later, but it's going to sit right like so. And this is ultimately going to kind of keep this motor pod or power pod truly in place. As you can see, now that motor is not going anywhere. It's a great swappable design. It's going to last you a long time. Now as for the wires up front here, you can see obviously if we started this motor right now, that's going to be a bad problem. What I like to do is just kind of keep feeding the wires back through with the ESC. And then I'm going to put the ESC, slide it back through the bottom. Just like so. So now they have the wires out of the way and nice cooling vents and everything. If you look from the bottom, you can see that it's kind of a mess, but that's okay because no one really cares. It's inside the plane. See that all those wires and the ESC are going to be cool to the bottom. Now you can clean that up if you want, or you can move the wires up a little forward if you want, but it's going to be a great cooling no matter what you do. So obviously plug in your battery this spot right here, but we're not going to do that just yet. And now you have to kind of look for yourself. I think this is going to be my ailerons because I can tell it's a Y harness. You check by where it comes out of your plane. If you look down this gap here, this is going to come from the wings, so I know it's the ailerons. Then I'll go in for me, port 2, which is make sure you're doing whatever is corresponding to your actual receiver of choice. And as for which servo, I'm just going to see which one comes from which side, because I know that the aileron servo is a Y harness, which is why I have these two connected, but one of these is going to be from the left side and from the right side of the plane. And as we know from building it, let's see for ourselves. So as we know from building it, the rudder is going to be on the right side, and the elevator is going to be on the left side, looking from the front of the plane. Or if you're looking from the pilot's perspective, the rudder servo is going to be on the left side, and the elevator servo is going to be on the right side of the plane. Once again, just correspond that to whichever servo slot you would use on your receiver of choice. So for me, I'm going to plug this guy into the elevator slot. And this guy into the rudder slot. Now, you could put some Velcro on this and put it somewhere in this plane and kind of tack it in place. But what I like to do is there's kind of a nice slot. I like to put it on the pilot's right side. Just kind of sits right up in that gap there. Kind of stays out of the way. And obviously keep your wires, kind of push them back and down to get out of the way of the battery hatch. No one's going to see this, it's all going to be inside the plane. Okay, so at this point, go ahead and plug in your battery and bind your receiver to your transmitter. As you can see with this point, all of our surfaces are now going to be controllable, whether they're going the right way or not. And as you can see, if I do my checks, from my perspective, when I go up, the elevator's going to go up like that, down is going to go down like that, left is left, right is right, and my roll is backward. I'm going to change that real quick. Just go back to servo setup. Obviously this is going to be different for everyone's system, so just be careful. Now it should be fixed. Okay, so now when it comes to actually setting your throws for your control surfaces, you're going to take your little control guide here. It's going to be 16 degrees and 12 degrees of throw. Low rates is going to be 12 degrees, high rates is going to be for 16 degrees. You're simply just going to take this, and I'll do it for the elevator, put it up. You'll go high rates first. That's a little off for me, so I'm going to go in here. Now obviously everyone's system is going to be different, so that's why I'm not really showing too much of this. We'll go to dual rates. I'll find a switch. So I'm just going to I'll go to elevator here. I'll pull back. See, that's way too much. I'll dial it back. See, once you kind of have them rock together, I'll show you what I mean here. When I pull back on the elevator, and I keep adjusting this, you can see that it kind of either wants to make an indent here, or if I let it down, it's going to be right at that 16 degree mark. That's what we're going to want to see. The same thing underneath when you go down. You may need to flip your plane over for this. Okay, so now, let me make sure. So now you can see when we test this out, there'll be equal throw both ways. Well, I'm going to see there that it's a little off, so I'm going to go back to my sub trim. Fix this, that way it's parallel. So it's a little off with my push rods. I'm going to go back again, dual rates. See with this, go back, changed a little bit. Look at like right there. Just see. Okay. So now with that, our elevator is now all the throws are going the right way and it's going up and down correctly. With that, go ahead and do that for every other surface, which is really just going to be your rudder and your ailerons. You should have a nice flying plane. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. Okay, so with all of our control surfaces now going with high rates and low rates equally both ways, we go ahead and take some Velcro and put it into our battery tray. It's going to look something like this. Always make sure you do the right kind of Velcro depending on which side you use in your batteries. It's just going to go simply just like that. And this is just going to sit like so. Kind of gotta mess with the wires a little bit, but it still works out just fine. Just like that. And that's going to be about where your battery is going to sit during flight. You can push that as all the way forward or all the way back, and it should be just about the right CG. I'll tell you where the CG should be in just a sec. But to actually put your propeller on, what we're going to do is we'll go ahead and actually unplug this all. Unplug our battery. This is to put the propeller on. It's easier to just pop the motor mount out a little bit and just kind of leave it like this so you have a little bit of a grip for the motor. And I've already balanced my propeller. Go ahead and slide it on here. A little bit tight, and I'll let the nut do the work for me. This way you have a little bit of a grip on the motor to hold it steady. So use either a wrench or something to tighten it. So once you go ahead and put your propeller on, go ahead and put this back in. It should snap into place. And in theory, you'd take your battery, plug it in. I'm just going to leave it out for this part. It'll sit just like so. And from there, all you do is close up your hatch. Take your little side intake to close it shut. So with your propeller on now and all your electronics stowed away, there's a few things we could do to finish this plane and make it even better. But I left this to the very last part because it's easier to do some of this after it's already painted in case you want to paint your plane all nice. And that's simply going to be, when we install our antenna up top here, we're going to leave this off because it's just easier, or the guns in the front hatch here, or the cannons in the wings. I'm going to show you how to do that right now without painting it. But you can either just get these ready. What I mean by that is for our antenna, simply just go in this top of the cockpit here, take your knife, just kind of open this up if there's any glue in there, which there shouldn't be. You can also sand this down in the front here if it's not a good fit, but it should be. This is simply just going to notch in here, just like that. It honestly stays in by friction, but if you want to glue it in, it's probably a little safer. And if you want to attach a fishing line from here to the tail, it's going to make it look a very scale appearance. But once again, it's just way easier to do that after it's painted. And obviously, all you simply have to do to install this is just simply take some glue and tack it in here, and then slide this antenna in. And I'll leave it here just like that. Now, as for our cannons and our push rod, or our nose-mounted guns, all you're going to do is take your barbecue skewer first. Just poke this right in that foam. Just give it a little bit of push in on each side. Make sure they're both even, or as even as possible. I'm going to take the leftover coffee stirrers. I'm just going to cut it. This one on this side is going to be a little longer, so I'm going to go about there and just kind of rough estimate. Whichever side I cut that looks a little more ugly, I'm going to put in the back. Might fall into your hatch here, but that's okay. Oh, mine did. That's okay. And all this is simply going to do is just slide into that gap and hopefully not fall in this time. And it's going to sit just like that. Now I think this one I am going to paint up, so I'm going to leave it out, but it's simply just as simple as putting some glue on there and sliding it in. So that's all you have to do for each of these sides. And if you want to be technical, I'll cut another one here. So the one on this side is going to be a little bit shorter, at least for scale. So this one, the gun is going to sit just about that far out. unlike the other side where it's about that far out, if you want to be scale. So, I'll take this out. Now as for our cannons and the wings, you're going to notice that there's 2 holes in the leading edges on each side. And all you're simply going to do is take the pointy end of your barbecue skewer and poke this in where it looks roughly straight with the plane. Just enough to make a gap. Same thing on each side. That's why we leave the antenna out. Same thing on each side. This one has a little bit of glue in it, so that's why we do the barbecue skewer first. And then the measurement that it should stick out is roughly about 3/4 of an inch to an inch to look scale. I will say I'm going to have free files on Thingiverse, at least to see how well the people like them, of the 20mm cannon and the 7.62mm in the front here, along with 3D printed spinner, which I'll show you how to install in a second. But this is going to give you a very scale look, and honestly I'm giving them for free on Thingiverse just because I want to see how well people can use them and if they're worth it or if people want to do that. So, but once again, it's as simple as you just cut about 1 inch out. So what I would do is I would mark with a pencil here. So I usually like to leave about that much space in the wing. This is going to sit here. See that pencil mark? It's going to be right there. You can measure this perfectly, but you're going to just measure about 1 inch out or so. And that's what's going to be a scale distance for the BF109. All you do is just cut it here where my fingertips are, slide it into that other mark, and that is going to be your cannons and the wings, if you want to do that. But with that, ultimately, the BF109 is now complete and ready to fly. If you want to paint it, I have a great painting video, which I'll link right here, and that's going to show you how to paint this plane very in detail with the help of my dad, who painted that one right there. I'll show you exactly how to paint that exact one. So you can take everything from this kit all the way up to that with all the rivets and everything on it, which will look just amazing. So I really hope to see if anyone can build it and paint it up just the same way. It would be awesome. But with that, I'm going to show you how to put your spinner on. But if you don't want to put a spinner on it, I'm going to go ahead and show you how to fly it and do a first maiden test flight of this plane. So let's get to that. Alright, so now that we're at the field, we'll go ahead and plug in the battery, check everything else, and get ready for fly. Balance is all good. Props on there and tightened down. We're ready to fly. Alright, so before we do our checks, we're going to just make sure to go through everything. I got high rates on. Got up is up, down is down, left is left, right is right. They look good. Do a little bit of throttle check here. Oh, throttle cuts on. Looks good. Alright, we got a little bit of wind coming from left to right. So we're launching into the wind. We got an open field, so we're ready. Alright. Just like that, our BF109 is up in the air. You probably see from our throttle cam and our controller cam that you could see that I was just over half throttle for that launch. And that was more than enough power to get this thing in the air. I'm just seeing how it feels up there. Right now I'm on high rates, just cruising around. It's so lightweight that it definitely is affected a little bit by the wind, but it has so much power and maneuverability that it can get out of any situation. So I'm just seeing if I need any trim up there. I'm gonna bring it back into the wind. A little bit nose down. But other than that, a little bit of roll. We're all trimmed out. The thing I like about this plane is it just tracks straight and it's very predictable. So I'll bring it in for a low pass here. And I just know what it's going to do as it's flying. That's the best way I can describe its feeling. I got a little bit of wind left to right, so I bring it up in the wind pass, or with the wind pass.
Let's see, let's give it a barrel roll here. Get a little bit of speed. That looks pretty good. A little Immelman here, I think. Don't quote me on any of my maneuvers, I just know how to do them. So I see here a loop. Come up. Nose over. Beautiful. Let's switch into some low rates here. So this is at 12 degrees. I usually like to keep it in high rates for there's a little bit of wind, but I gotta show the airplane. So I'll give a nice smooth banana pass here. Pretty good. Switch it back into high rates. And it's just smooth. One of the reasons I wanted to design this airplane is because it's a very simple airplane, it's very popular, but it doesn't have a lot of complex angles to it. It's just an airplane, that's the best way I can describe it. And it was the second most produced ever, so definitely proved itself over time. It was just a nice all-around design. The one thing about this plane that it did have to scale up, but it's definitely not like the most, doesn't have the most authority, is gonna be the rudder. You can see here by the sticks, as I move it up here, it still gets the tail around, but it's just not gonna be the best knife edge pass, but it's also not designed, the plane is not designed for that. I can definitely feel the wind up there, so I keep it up high for that part. Beautiful. When it's down low like that, I can really kind of feel the ground effect, or even if it's not ground effect, but I can just feel the kind of smoother air, because we've got a lot of trees behind us. Now I kind of got it dialed in, I'm gonna go ahead and do a little barrel or snap roll here, just kind of show you. That's gonna be your high rates. It's obviously not the quickest roll ever, but once again, it's just not designed for that. One of the reasons I like to design the way I do, or the way I build the planes, is it gives you the best scale experience possible without the drawbacks. So this plane is so lightweight, and I'll show you this here by proof, where if I'm flying slow, kind of cruising, I can punch the throttle, and that's its power to weight. So it's got more than enough power to get out of a situation. But it still handles like a BF109 in real life would, because it has all the scale lines and scale features. I'll show you here, if I come up and do a stall, into the wind of course, get a little bit of height, power off stall, pretty good, no tip stall there. It might tip stall on you sometimes, but odds are, if you do a flat level, it shouldn't, but obviously just be aware of that. I'll try and do a aggravated stall with a little bit of a wing rock, just to show you how it would handle. Come up. A little bit of angle in, and it still kind of wants to level, but a little bit of wing drop. But once again, it's a 109, but it's just got so lightweight. The only thing I can say is just be careful on landings, because what you're going to want to do is you're going to go almost dead stick and kind of just bring it in and glide it in, because the torque of the engine is going to give it a little bit of a roll. So just be aware of that. But overall, just a nice plane to cruise around. As you can see, I'm using just about half throttle this whole time. So as I'm just cruising around here, you're going to expect about anywhere from 5 to 7 minutes of flight time. I'd say if you're a very aggressive flyer, expect about around 5 minutes of flight time. But I like to just cruise around. You can see my throttle percentage is about half. So I like to really just kind of draw it out. I think I might have my timer set for 5 or 7 minutes. So I'll go ahead and land it soon and we can check it. But I've just been cruising around like this the whole time. I'll give you a nice low pass again, and I'll probably bring it around for a landing. You see, just bring it in nice and slow, and leaving throttle off. And that's a no throttle for that most part there until you hurt it. And that's also how it glides. It's with a little bit of wind. We have anywhere, I'd say at most, 5 miles an hour wind at most. So not too much, but just enough to kind of throw it around. We'll go ahead and bring it in for a landing here. See how it lands. I'm going to do it also with throttle off just because of that whole roll. Because if I go up a little bit here, I'll show you. If I just kind of do it no throttle and just punch it, or I'll get into a glide here. A little bit there, that was a little bit of a stall because I throttled up. That's kind of what I was talking about actually. I'll leave it at that. I'll do it one more time. Come up. That's all from the throttle, just from punching it. So just be aware on landings that it might do that if you punch it like that. So really just kind of find the glide and bring it in like this. Come around. Throttle off. A little more to find the slow spot. Just like that. And that's a 13th Squadron BF109. Okay, so now that we have it on the ground, I've gone ahead and I'm going to check the battery here for you. That was with an 8-minute timer. And we still have just about 30 to 40% of battery on this battery. And that was with an 8-minute timer for how I flew it. And that's about the same throttle percentages that I used. So with that though, let's head back to the workshop and end this video.
Okay, so now with the scale BF109 here, you can see that I have the spinner now off. And the biggest thing to know with this is that you have to balance the spinner beforehand with a prop balancer. That is going to be the most important step number one. It'll just make sure everything is a lot safer for one, at least as safe as it can be, because stuff that spins really fast can't be foam, which is what I'm used to designing with. And obviously I try to design it the best I can, but it's a giant spinning blade or spinning piece of plastic, so just always be careful and don't ever run it up right with your face right next to it or anything stupid like that. But I'm interested to see how well this turns out for you guys if you want to make your plane look better by using one. And obviously it's just this here. It's going to be the top nose cone, the base plate, along with 4 screws, which I'll have dimensions of or link here. Or I'll link them down below so you can have the right kind of screws. But they're just little tiny screws to hold it in place. And I have 4 of them on this spinner. So obviously you're going to need your propeller as well, along with the bolt that holds your prop on. So the first thing to do is simply put it on in the right order. So to do this, I'm going to open up my hatch and take out this motor just a little bit for a little bit extra space and room. Go ahead and leave that off. Keep this off to the side for a sec. Next thing is going to be to take your base and make sure it's balanced. Once again, I can't say that enough. Simply slide it on. It will either be a great fit or it'll be a little bit tight. And from there, you're going to take your spinner, or your propeller, my bad. And there's going to be a little notch where the propeller should sit. It's going to sit down low like that. And now what we can do is we can take your prop nut, slide that on. I'm going to need my wrench again, and go ahead and just tighten down your propeller as if you were just tightening down any propeller. So from there, we go ahead and put our nose cone on. Now there's going to be 2 different versions. There's going to be one with the cannon in the middle, which is what that hole is for in the real BF109. And there's another version which is going to be for no gun or no cannon here in the middle. That's going to be more to a point. It's going to be the same exact process for both. I just really like the look of this version of the BF109E a lot better. That's just personal preference. Sit that on. See if it goes both ways. Yes, it does. And I'm going to take one of these screws, put it into the holes here. And these would be self-tapping, so I've already done this on mine, so that's why it's going to fit so nice, but screw it in just to where it gets to be tight. Don't need to over-tighten this. Now I'm going to do it in a symmetrical manner, so that way it'll equal strain on all parts. so once we have all these screws on here, we go ahead and slide back our motor into place. And once again, we just close up our hatch. As you can see, that's going to really transform the look of your BF109. Just going to make it have very much more scale lines. Just look a lot more scale and cool, for lack of better words. But with that though, just be careful again. It's obviously a spinning block of plastic that you've 3D printed. It's not machine grade by any means. But so just be careful with it. But with that being said, I hope you choose to do this because it'll make it look a lot better. But with that, let's go ahead and head to the outro of this video. Okay, so with that, the BF109 is obviously now complete, ready to fly, ready to paint. If you want to make it look nice and even better, you follow my dad's video that we have on how to paint and make everything look more scale like that one over there. But this is obviously the base model, so this is even it's a great start. It's the first 13th Squadron kit, so I want to say a very special thank you for purchasing that or watching all the way through. It means a lot to me. It's definitely going to be the first of many, I can say that. And I plan to put all that effort and detail into every one of these planes that I make. This is just the start of it. Obviously, we'll keep growing from here. I plan to do a lot more things down the road with some designs. Obviously, with the new power pod I have, it's a great new design, which I think will be great for scale features down the road if you want to have your own plane, or other designs I plan to make down in the future. Along with some new other stuff I want to do with some twin engines, I'll say down the road as well as a sneak peek. But with that, once again, thank you very much for purchasing a 13th Squadron BF109 and building it. I hope to see your builds in the air, and please share it everywhere and share it with me so I can see it, please. It'd be great. So with that, though, you can obviously find even more details at 13thsquadron.com, along with the kit if you were just watching this video just to see how it goes together. Once again, just to say thank you again. And with that, thanks for flying by.